what's up? I think we're live. Hello. Hello. Look, I'll rip the Band-Aid off immediately. I won't bury the lead. The title is not sarcastic. We will discuss, but it is definitely not sarcastic. Let me get things settled. Sorry, I'm a little bit out of sorts. A little bit distracted. I got some weird family news, like directly, like as I was setting up the stream. So I don't think I'll have to end stream early. Not even because I'm like prioritizing stream or anything. It's just like I just don't think that is how things will work out. But fair warning, it might happen. Yeah, just yeah. Hope all's okay. I think it is. I think so. I'm not sure. But that is. Oh, and if you don't know what we're doing here today, I gotta try to be on my intro. Hello. This is Critical Eyes. This is me. Hello, I'm Mega. I am a longtime GM who is watching through Critical Role for the first time. I've never seen it before now. We're talking about the good, the bad, the ugly. This is episode 98 or 99. 98. Yes, last stream was 97. Last stream was 97. I didn't catch a fun C4 yet. Mostly because of the holidays. I took very like 4 days in a row not thinking about work at all. So I did not. We actually did a very low screens Thanksgiving, which I've been trying to get more into. Oh, Paige got me this. I'm tentatively excited about it. All right. I don't do a lot of like arts and crafts type stuff, not because I have anything against it, but because I do not have a strong like mental, what do you call it? A mind's eye. I don't have a strong mind's eye. And I have it's never probably apparent on stream, but I have very shaky hands. Definitely not like a condition, but I would not be able to be a surgeon. I got especially when I'm trying to be very precise, I get very shaky. So whenever I have done arts and crafts type stuff, I've always gotten more along with like watercolors, because it's a little bit less precise. And Paige saw this on Instagram. It's like a little miniature watercolor kit. So there's like this little palette that you have that has like the different colors. Well, I put the colors in there. But then it has these little magnets. So these two sides are separate, and it has these little magnets to like snap together. And I don't know if you can see it, but it has this little divot that you can use with a binder clip. So you take a binder clip and it like fits a binder clip very nicely. So then you binder clip it onto like the top of this little notepad. Isn't that cool? I liked it. So I drew the next place they're going to go in my campaign. Oh, or I watercolored it. It's an island. Yay. I'm trying to find another low screens activities, because when I stream for 8 hours, the last thing I want to do is go and play a bunch of video games, which is what my hobbies used to be, and still are. But and sometimes I don't want like Like, I love working on TTRPGs and writing and world building and all that, but sometimes, I'm lower energy, lower creativity. I want something that I can just kind of do without thinking too much about it. Oh, I didn't even show the other part. It comes with this like weird little water brush. So you like fill up this like little container with water and it like wets the tip of this brush. This thing is crazy. Anyways, yeah, very tiny, very cool. Yeah. So that was neat. Neat. My low X screen activity is diamond dots. That's the other thing I got to try. That's the other thing that I got to try to try out. I don't like it as much because it varies, like it kind of like goes everywhere. But I think I just need to get more used to like a setup for it. I kind of like that because of how compact it is as opposed to the diamond dots, but the diamond dots are cool. I like doing them. I just don't like the setup for all of them. Anyways. anyways. If you get far enough behind on C4, you can save it for a cry season. No. I'm going to catch up. I'm going to. I swear. Okay. You're the best person to be my opponent in Operation. Absolutely. I am horrific at Operation. I'm very, very bad at it. I'm constantly. They're traveling to a floating cockroach. I mean, that's not too far off. You got pretty close. I drank out of I was not aligned. Water code's a medium that lasts a lot, so tiny palette is actually pretty useful, right? It's a very cool little setup. Yeah. What's up, Teprock? Hello. I have a whole setup, and I have an easel that's backlit. Ooh. Okay, yeah. I feel like with a whole setup, I would definitely be into it. And that's what I feel like I kind of got to get, is even not that big of a setup, but I just need a setup, I think, to really like it more. Yeah. Anyways. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into the takeaway. Like I said, the title is not sarcasm. Now, the reasoning for it being my favorite episode might not be quite what you're expecting. It is maybe, at least in recent memory, my favorite episode of Critical Eyes. I had so much fun last stream. Especially the second half. And it is partially because I think last episode was an episode that gets into the thing that I love about this series as opposed to other ways I could do this. Right? And I think the easy comparison is Mike with Critical Role Demystified. And I think there are a ton of episodes where Mike's foreknowledge and his scripting really shine bright. I think the Thordak fight is a good example. Anything to probably do with the siphon. I mean, I know my theorizing is fun, but all in all, my discussion of the siphon so far has been pretty personal because I have been interested in it, but it honestly hasn't really gotten that much focus at the table. So if you're trying to take away things from our various series, I think that my discussion of the siphon so far is probably less valuable than however Mike has discussed it, because Mike kind of knows what's coming and knows certainly how long it's going to be between mentions, right? I've been fucking talking about the siphon nonstop for like 50 episodes where it has not mattered. And so Mike, has more of that awareness. But last episode had something that I think you can't get with Critical Role Demystified. And this is not this is obviously not, this is not beef, this is not drama. I'm only saying things I think Mike would agree with. I think that last episode is a really rare instance that is sort of only possible through cries, where you watch me actively and substantially change my mind across the course of stream. It's like I started from the point of a rage quit. So at least partially. And by the end of the episode, I was fully on board. I was fully hooked. Like Matt fucking turned it around for me. And that is one of the reasons that I wanted to do this way, is to be able to not have that foreknowledge, so I don't know that, like, oh yeah, I'm watching this kidnapping sequence and I hate it right now, but I know that it'll be worth it later. Like I'll like what ultimately ends up coming from it, right? I can give my big raw reaction to that happening and then show my genuine change in opinion. And my opinion did fucking change. Now, caveat, throw some salt on it. I am willing to be substantially more, what's the word? Forgiving. When people are trying shit. When people are experimenting, when they're trying to grow. And ever since the Hell's Arc, I have been in love with how much Matt is experimenting. Now, there are negative things I can say. There are nitpicks I can make. There are, things beyond nitpicks that I can say negatively. But I am really hesitant to do so, at least in a takeaway sort of situation. Obviously, I don't hold back my opinion during the actual stream, or during the actual course of the episode. But in terms of a takeaway, I'm really hesitant reluctant to talk about my critiques, because I am so pleased with the experimentation from Matt. I'm so pleased that he is not resting on his laurels and just skating through and not continuing to try to push himself, and parts of his DMing style that I thought were set in stone. And there are some things that didn't change, right? There are some things that are staying consistent. And I think that there should be, points of consistency. But I think that we are seeing Matt experiment quite a lot in a lot of ways that I was not I wasn't anticipating. I don't think that anyone in the fandom probably liked the Hell's Arc as much as I did. And I didn't even like the Hell's Arc at the beginning at all. I just... I don't even really love how the Hell's Arc really went, even. That's not even the important part. I loved to see all of the different things that Matt was trying. I loved to see him not just do the same thing that admittedly worked during the Chroma Conclave. And I feel like Matt really established what I would think of as his style during the Briarwood arc, and then kind of kept that pretty consistent throughout the Chroma Conclave. And I just sort of thought, okay, this is what we're going to see from Matt. And I will, continue to... One of the other things I like about Critical Eyes is I can, sort of add points to evidence almost. I can be like, oh, there's that thing we've been talking about, put another one in the category. And that's how I thought that this was starting. I thought this kidnapping was an example of Matt not being that interested in the, details of a mystery. In the same way that I feel like he is often somewhat uninterested in the details of exploration and, what makes exploration cool and fun. And that's what I thought we were seeing, and I was just prepared to put another point in evidence, and then it just wasn't. His priorities were so different than I thought they were at the beginning. They were closer to maybe City of Brass, but even City of Brass was very different. And I thought that he used a lot of his stylistic things that he has set up, like the fact that he rarely encourages the players towards any sort of particular action. We talked about that when they were outside of Terry's hometown and they were investigating it. And I was like, hey, I'd maybe provide more clarity to my players. I have talked about that particular part of Matt's GMing style off and on frequently. And I, again, just thought that we're getting another point in evidence. But I don't think that was the case after actually having watched the whole thing. I think that was a scenario where Matt used this part of his style, whether purposefully or not, whether consciously or not. This fact that he doesn't, outwardly clarify things all the time with his players. He doesn't often encourage them towards any particular action. He used that to allow them to fall back on the things that he knew they would, which is scrying. It's an interesting thing where I see Matt putting up consistent walls. They try things and it doesn't really move the needle. It doesn't move anything forward. And that requires a lot of trust from the players. That requires Matt to know his players well enough to be pretty, to predict pretty well what they're going to do. And he's spot on. And it results in the entire sequence feeling pretty complex, feeling pretty open-ended, but having a fast and pretty satisfying conclusion. And very fast. For how much could have theoretically happened, it was resolved very quickly. And I never felt like Matt was putting up a unreasonable or a wall that didn't feel right. It just more felt like, if you really want your players to really engage in this extreme exploration, they're going to have trouble conceptualizing it and they're going to fall back on their same old strategies. But if that's what you want as Matt, if you want them to fall back on their same old strategies and scry and just get updated positioning, then that's perfect. That's exactly what you want. And so I think this sequence might have been a little bit unique from the Hell's Arc in that not only is Matt trying a lot of new stuff, it feels as though he is trying new things in a way that fits with some of his old things. I think one of the problems with the Hell's Arc, especially early on, was that the things that Matt was wanting them to do, I think, didn't really jive with any of their existing tools or any of their existing strategies. It was hard for them to bridge into the new stuff he wanted them to do. Whereas I think he did a much better job at bridging them into some new gameplay, which is tracking, which they've never had to do before, really. He bridged them into that new gameplay via a tool and a method that they often use for other things. So again, there's negative things I can say. There's critiques, but I don't want to fucking dissuade or discourage people or critique people for trying something new and broadly doing it pretty well. So it is. And then, you dump on top of that all of the interesting lore that we got and a really good awareness, I think, of what Terry's story needs to be. An awareness that Terry is a different type of character from any other character in the party. He is fundamentally different because of when he came into the story, and he needs different treatment because of that. And oh, thank you for the 12 months, Elfire Eva. I appreciate it. I'm gonna turn it down slightly. But yeah, I just. So again, there are negative things I could say, but I really don't even want to, because any negative to me is outweighed by my satisfaction in how well this new thing was tried. Even if it wasn't perfect, it's never gonna be perfect. Like, I feel much more willing to judge and critique Matt's GMing when he's doing the same type of thing that he's been doing. When I've seen this sort of thing from him several times over, several years at this point, I feel much more willing to be critical of that sort of thing. But when it's something this new and novel, I find myself just really, really happy with it. Yeah. So that's kind of where it is. I'll read some chats. Also, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the $10, Elfire Eva. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, been a whole year. Wild stuff. Just finished your session yesterday where a party member decided to try and cast Atonement on Eva's vampire lord who turned her. He restored the VL to lawful Eva. We fucked. Would it surprise anyone to know? How do I phrase this? I'd be so curious to put it out there that in my games I have run for 10 years as an ace individual. I didn't know back then, but people have fucked, or someone has fucked something once, a character, in all of my campaigns, a single time, and it was in like the 5th session of my first campaign. And I would be so curious as to what people think was on the other side of that. Was it a restored vampire? Was it a troll that I apparently can't stop talking about the past couple sessions? I would be... Make your guesses in the comments if you're watching the VOD. Make the guesses in the comments down below before I reveal. He lost his ambition. I see. Then the party went and cured his depression. I was talking about, I love Baldur's Gate 3, but man, does it make me miss full-on TTRPGs. Like, I play it and I get sad that it's not an actual TTRPG, because I don't know. The extreme amount of choice is always going to draw me over video games. I love video games, but I'm never going to invest in them the same way that I invest in a TTRPG, both in fun and in seriousness. I remember the vampire sex dungeon theory. I can only assume You would be wrong. It was a sword. It was an animated sword. And I will not go into more specifics. I am going to leave the speculation to run rampant. Ouch. And I'm going to go back and read some takeaway comments. Let's see. There was a lot of discussion. It was a fun last stream. I agree. I've been missing the discussing and theorizing. Glad we got back into it a bit with the new developments. I will say, I mean, the theorizing was awesome last stream. That was another big part of what makes cries to me is the theorizing. And there was a lot of juicy, like, meat on the bones type theorizing to do last stream with very little, honestly. Of course, it's the best. It had Wildmount in it. Look, I know people love Wildmount. Look, I'm just saying. I just haven't seen much of it. So I really, so far, I'm excited for Wildmount. I just don't fucking have anything to base my joy or excitement on. So far, it's like Draconia. And here, it's a really Wildmount so far to me has basically been a snowy wasteland. And that's pretty much it. I'm still excited for it, but they need to get there. I'm so glad they expanded on the little Wildmount jaunt into an entire source book just from that. Yeah. Oh my god. Warlock coming after his patron. I'll ask him tomorrow what he thinks. The whole kidnapping discourse was fun, IMO. Well, that's why I love what Cries is, Sawyer. That's why I love what Cries is I can have, because like if I was making something like Critical Role Demystified, I think the entire time I'm talking about the kidnapping scene, I'm caveating it. Whether mentally, unconsciously, whatever, it is all filtered by my knowledge that I will ultimately like how it turns out. And when I'm just discussing it, live as it comes, I just don't have that foreknowledge. At this point, I have the foreknowledge that I think I will broadly enjoy the broad strokes of what happens. I'll enjoy more episodes than I won't. But I didn't know if this was going to turn into a fucking Kraken episode where I hate the whole thing. And it turns out it was not. We got past the, kidnapping bit, and things just kind of steadily ticked up from there, which was awesome. That's awesome to see. I love that. It's the thing I would prefer to happen. But it is very, yeah, I don't know. It's the reason that I can't imagine doing, especially this particular show, in a majorly different format, because I like that sort of result too much. I love being able to be wholeheartedly critical about the kidnapping sequence, and then move and transition into being wholeheartedly optimistic and complimentary of how the episode turned out. Yeah. Yeah, when trying new things, it's not always going to work out. It's not always going to work out. Yeah. Your opinion and almost rage quit is valid to the experience. That is relevant emotions that can be lost with later context. Might be viewers who did rage quit over that. Exactly. And that's the fun of it. That's the, I don't know, that's like the meat and potatoes to me of it. Yeah. Was the PC the sheath? That's why I like Craven Edge, yeah. That's why I like Craven Edge. The PC was the shoes. Oh, sword swallowing's good. Obligatory sword swallowing joke. Do you ever play choice-based games? Detroit Become Human is really good IMO. I love video games. I love role-playing games. Detroit Become Human is on my list. It's not super high on the list, but it is on there. But ultimately, for me, a video game is just never going to reach those same heights as the true open-endedness of a TTRPG. That's nothing against them. It's just an inevitable result of the medium. Yeah. Make sure the sword has a crossguard. Yeah, you really need it to flare quite a lot. You need a nice flared base. I actually have the opposite problem with paints. I like more rigid ones. Watercolor feels too chaotic for me. That's fair. Oh, man. But it's a good episode, man. It was a good episode. There's not a whole lot else I even can say. Like, it's just... And it's a matryoshka. Matryoshka? Russian nesting doll. It's a matryoshka doll. I'm gonna go with that. Of a takeaway, because I can get so nitty gritty into all of the various things that I liked or didn't like. And I think ultimately the takeaway is, if there's one episode of Critical Eyes that I would encourage you not to skip. Because I get it when people, are skipping episodes. I think that is fair. Come to live, catch up, be live. I'm going to try to get, edited down versions out someday. It's my main priority behind the scenes. But, someday. But if there's one that I wouldn't, it's the last episode, because there is, I don't know. I was loving every second of it. It was one of my favorite streams in a long time. Because there was just so much interesting stuff to talk about. So much interesting stuff. I'm not going to hold this episode to that same standard. Now it's dairy time. You can only program so many endings the human mind can come up with infinite. Exactly. To be fair, there's a point to be made about every plot you can think of and make has already been made. I don't think so. Oh, what's up?
It's within their policy. I just looked. Copilot, free reign of use.
Yeah.
Isn't that insane? Who created that?
I don't know.
Also, I'm gonna go to a cop shop.
Okay, dope. Paige is having a work drama. Yeah. But I do get what you're saying, average fan. But I think there is something to be said about, I mean, far be it from me to downplay the consistent patterns that appear within storytelling. I might talk about them quite often. But that said, there is I think we can also get a little bit too far into the somewhat doomer scenario of like art is dead, everything that has been made has been made. And I pretty wholly reject that. I think that we are constantly reiterating on, maybe some core themes within storytelling, but we are always producing them within the context that we exist. And even if there are patterns within our existence, even if there are cycles to the way that human society functions over the generations, we are constantly progressing and changing. So even if it is cyclical, once we wrap back around that whole circle, the context is still different than it was the last time, you know? Even if we're in the fourth turning, you know, if you know, you know, I guess. This is different than the last fourth turning. The technology is different. The context, the geopolitical context is different. Even if people are taking on similar roles, the details really matter in how the story gets told. And that doesn't even bring into the idea of one of the other reasons I like TTRPGs so much, which is that you have 5 writers in the room. So not only are we delving the depths of an individual's mind and seeing what sort of stories it's generating, we're also bouncing those off of all of the other players and all of their minds at the table. So, I think, I think it's a valid point to bring up, but I do, that specific point I worry about going too far with, because I have seen it taken a bit too far into the extreme. The episode has swordplay. It's like how Hunger Games was consistently called Battle Royale, but there are actually quite a few differences. Yeah, exactly. Like Battle Royale is a seminal piece that has spawned and summoned many other things that are certainly riffing on it and that are playing in that same space. But they are fundamentally different. They might be written to different audiences or in different tones, different ways, different manners. Yeah. At a certain point, you get to the one narrative idea where people say no story is original because they were all influenced by something else. Yeah, which I think, like, that is, I think, a rational path you can traverse. But I think that the ultimate conclusion of that path is inaccurate. It's a weird path that I think you can kind of logically establish that every story is the same as every other story. I think you can logically establish that. It's just that the conclusion isn't true to how we experience stories. Like, if it were true, we just wouldn't have variance in the types of stories that we like or don't like, you know? I wouldn't have preferences in movies if every story was actually the same in a useful sense, you know? If everything that had been made, people wouldn't be objecting to AI. Yeah. I mean, it's one of the reasons I'm ultimately, I don't know. I go back and forth between being optimistic versus pessimistic on like the long run future of AI. I think it is here to stay. I think I'm going to have to deal with it whether or not I want to. I think it is working itself into all areas of society. You know, me and Paige were comparing it to, like, you know, at the beginning it kind of felt like crypto, but crypto and AI are very different in how pervasively they have worked themselves into the society. But I think until we reach that kind of mythical AGI point, which I'm certainly no expert. I think I'm slightly more educated than the layperson on this topic, but I think we're still pretty far away from that AGI point. And until we reach there, AIs can only AIs are going to make the lowest common denominator, right? They are going to go towards the thing that works the majority of the time, the best average. And you are only going to get as much creativity out of them as you are putting into them. Which, if you're doing something as simple as a prompt, is there that the amount of creativity you can input into a prompt is just fundamentally limited. It's limited to text, and a short text window at that. When you compare it to something like a novel, and so I'm ultimately, I think in the short term, it is scary because it's going to impact a lot of jobs. Because a lot of jobs are just producing what AI is producing, which is like lowest common denominator. If it works, it works. In the medium term, I'm not worried about human creativity and human art disappearing. And then I think the long term of something like an AI that can truly be creative is just so far away that I might not even need to worry about it in my lifetime. That's at least my current stance. Obviously, if you've watched, I've basically been doing this. My channel and like me producing Critical Eyes honestly kind of lines up with the popularization of AI, totally coincidentally. It is just a coincidence of the age that I am and like when things are happening. But you will know my opinion has changed quite drastically. It's been all over the place, and I think it will probably continue to be that way for a while. Yeah. If apocalypse comes and we lose most of man-made media, then think what kind of reset it would be for storytelling. Yeah, I mean, it would certainly be something. Yeah. Asking ChatGPT to make an original story not based in any other story or literary tropes right now, I mean, it is impossible because like the AI doesn't like think. It's a series of funnels and tubes that direct water in specific ways. Like, you know, an AI doesn't think, it doesn't remember. It is the training process of an AI, and you know, people that I think, you know, I'm generally more aligned with on opinions, I think can also get this wrong of like, it's also not like it has a big library of its training data that it pulls things out of. It doesn't even have that much thought to it. It doesn't have that much, that's honestly assigning it even more sentience than it actually has. You know, even more autonomy. It is just a series of boxes and tubes that you chuck shit through and stuff comes out on the other side. It's that simple. So there's basically no way to do this because the tubes and the funnels and the boxes are fundamentally meant to reproduce training data in a satisfactory way. Right? That especially if you're using the transformer, you know, paper. The transformer paper ultimately is meant to take input, generate output, and then it is scored, and its training, it progresses based on how close the output that it generated is to training output. So like it is ultimately just learning to get the closest valid approximation of the things that it's seen during training. And so it's never going to, it fundamentally cannot create something wholly new. You can insert all the chaos you want, but if you want it to look even remotely like a human-made piece, you can't insert too much noise. I think crypto and NFTs didn't last because investors and company couldn't use those to pay less wages. I mean, I don't even think AI can do that right now, but it's certainly, you know, they're portraying it as if it can. I think there was no way to make crypto and NFTs easily accessible in a way that seems useful to the broad public in the way that something like ChatGPT did. I think that is ultimately the issue, because crypto and NFTs just, I mean, I'll be real, like they just aren't that useful. I'm not going to go on a big crypto NFT rant, but they're just not that useful. They don't really solve a lot of fucking problems. And AI, regardless of everything that it's being used for currently, like I did my capstone as a computer science major in something that is very close to AI. When I worked for Fortune 500 companies, I was an automation engineer. Like, these things do have practical use cases and are really like an extension of what we've been doing for a long time. So they, unlike crypto and NFTs, which like have very niche use cases, but like just aren't that broadly useful. Yeah. The AI version of the thong song in the style of gospel choir has been living in my head rent-free for the past week. Yeah, it's like, I think the really unfortunate thing about AI and why I'm somewhat optimistic on the medium-term future and like how it'll all shake out is there are just so few guardrails and safeties on it. So few. So it's like, in theory, the thought of using an AI that is specifically constructed to help with schoolwork, not give answers, not give, direct study or, direct guidance necessarily, but like an AI that can act as a manner of tutor that is trained specifically on school materials and curricula and has guardrails against any sort of abuses on the part of the student or teacher. Like, that sounds legitimately useful. But it would also need all of those guardrails, because right now you can just use it to cheat. And so I'm somewhat optimistic that like this whole general use, no guardrails stuff that we're in right now is eventually going to be replaced by increasing specificity within any given AI. So you'll have an AI for nursing or teaching or whatever. I'm hesitantly optimistic in that direction, but it's going to, possibly tank the economy along the way. Who knows? AGI sounds like an idea that our successors will laugh at. Why have a program that can do everything? We can have multiple programs tailored to a specific use. Oh, look at that. Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, if we're talking about the long term of AGI, I don't know that I'll have to contend with that in my lifetime personally, but yeah. Running out of training data and starting to cannibalize themselves. Oh yeah. I mean, don't even get me started onto all of the how AI is taking over the American economy. As a person that is currently invested in the stock market, I don't know where to fucking put my money. I'm thinking about putting it all into fucking gold. This is not investing advice, by the way. This is me expressing frustration because it feels like there are few sectors of the economy that aren't being propped up by this. I'm going into like fucking construction companies like Caterpillar or, I don't know, cement plants. I feel like to avoid AI now in your investing, you need to like really hyper focus on like brick and mortar only. I opened the AI siphon. What up, Dungeon Master Journey? Hello, welcome. We did get off into a weird tangent zone. I'll probably go back soon, but I don't know if creativity-based jobs are that safe. The lowest common denominator already does the most amount of money and the most slop media profits and less investment. That is what I'm saying is like, this isn't me being super positive on the current situation because I'm kind of with you. I think that art is safe. I don't know that working artists are safe, which is not fucking awesome. But it is the way of it currently. In 20 years, there will be an AI trained to D&D watching CR for the first time and giving commentary. No! Thank goodness I'll be long retired by then. I'll make the AI. I'll train it on all of my data. And I'll put it out. And we'll just have a Megaphone Man AI that's live 24/7 and is giving circular recursive commentary on its own commentary all the way down. Ay, ay, ay. Why are we automating the shit people like doing, not the shit people don't like? If you want to really, I've actually been, this has been one of the things that has been making me more and more mad over, it made me really mad when Sora came out. Because, man, oh man, am I fucking with you, average fan. And it's one of the reasons that, like, no matter the entire rest of the context, because again, I work in automation. When I code for stream, I'm working in automation. I have more like helper programs set up for this stream than the average person of my size and my resources, because this is my shit. And it is pissing me off to no end that new products and new things like this are so how do I say it? There is such a fucking focus on being sexy and on being flashy, and it just I've never gotten the sense more than with AI of just how fucking much of it is smoke and mirrors. How much of it is just making things that look cool to investors. And it is, and I think it's why you see a lot of private companies, or just even broadly, like companies like fucking Apple, that are just much more conservative and slow and all of that sort of shit, that are just not diving into AI. You have a company like Valve that is, still working on VR, which was a fad from 3 years ago, I think, because they actually believe in it. And that's actually something they want to go after, and they don't just need to make something that is sexy for an investor. Yeah. Because I really think that there are some really interesting and legitimately very useful business cases that could help increase accuracy. And there are ways to I don't know, use this is a pie in the sky. I'm not saying that this is even close to how it's being used now, which is kind of part of my fucking problem. But there are ways to implement this for doctors, again, with very specialized training and lots of guardrails, so that we can trust in the accuracy of what it's reporting back. But we're not focused on accuracy right now. We're focused on verisimilitude, on it feeling right, and it being in the right format to where it makes us feel good. I don't care about it feeling good. I want it to be right. But if it feels good, it'll get people to invest in it. I'm getting incredibly frustrated with the short-term thinking, especially because Man, oh man, I remember growing up and people, I was right on the cusp of millennial, so I still got a lot of the millennial hate thrown at me as I was growing up of, the participation trophies and all that sort of shit. And I remember getting told so much when I was growing up about short-term thinking and how like part of maturing is not thinking short term. And I've been on my short term thinking rant before. But man, every single ounce of AI feels like short term thinking right now, where there is actually something maybe there that is maybe actually useful to society. And we are only focusing on the fucking swimsuit pageant as implementation. Like, maybe we can get there someday. But it's like the least useful thing. And I think it's just because it's the easiest to do. It's the easiest to do to make a large language model. They phrase it like it's really super fucking hard. The internet is an endless wealth of text conversations, and they've somehow already burned through it all. Because making these things is actually pretty fucking hard, it turns out. And you can't just brute force throw data at it until it works. You actually have to like find the use cases that are useful. And you can train video generation because it's actually, again, not that hard. It's way easier to train an image generation model and stack up all the frames back to back than it is to make an accurate diagnosis AI for a doctor. Even though that's the thing we should be working on. That's the thing that would actually improve society. Anyways, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. Anyways, people are already asking ChatGPT to summarize media for them. I think people are very doomer on the general public's tendencies and like that they'll want AI to like generate media for them. I truly think it's a fad. This is an opinion that might just be wrong, and I don't have anything to back it up. But I think that people will crave something other than the slop eventually, because there's only so much creativity and new stuff that the slop can create. I think they'll get bored of it eventually. Now, maybe there's curated slop. I don't know, but I still want to have a VR setup. VR's sick. VR's so sick. I'm glad that Valve is still into it. VR is so fucking cool. Oh yeah, Jerkim. Yeah, we're in the same vein. VR is just so cool. I'm very happy that like that. I bring up Valve as an example of like a private company because also like let's not mince words. Valve is a fucking like anti-competitive monopoly. It is not like its theoretical structure is like not good for the consumer in the slightest, but also they're still a private company. And it turns out, it seems, that investor pressure on a public market is possibly more destructive for an industry than monopolies. Because Valve is fucking ruling right now. Valve rules. Which, is not super in line with my personal beliefs, but I gotta call a spade when I look at the world around me. Valve is going after VR, but when Half-Life 3? Yeah. Oh, man. Machine learning is really interesting and useful. AI, and by that I mean LLMs, is largely useless. Yeah. Yep. Anyways. Hey, as long as the monopoly is chill, fucking kinda, yeah. Yeah. Anyways, yep, I gotta get out of this. I gotta press the eject button because I could keep going. This is like when we talk about like the younger generation, when people talk about like, man, why are the kids so upset? It's because I feel like all of the adults in my life that constantly told me one thing, lied the whole time. Like literally the whole time. And the moment that something's shiny, the moment that you jingle keys in front of their face, they fucking bend over backwards. Ugh. Sorry. I'm getting. Can you tell that as has been pre-established, I have a problem with authority and a problem with being condescended to. And oh, look at that. It's a combination of the two things. So, we're going to watch Critical Role because I need a fucking detox. Okay, the volume's on. The volume's loud. We're going to get into Critical Role. Getting into Critical Role.
Hello and welcome back, everybody.
Oh God, it's loud.
So,
is it loud to you guys?
Last time, where we left off, Vox Machina, upon working on their bakery, the Slayer's Cake in Whitestone, made a possible new hire who turned out to be a
We're rolling
bounty
critically.
hunter. A drow bounty hunter named Kieran, who was sent.
Oh, I will also say, this is actually about Critical Role. We still don't know Kryn's connection to the fucking ziggurat. What? It apparently has nothing to do with the Terry plotline. She has some other connection to the ziggurat. Or maybe it does. Which this is like the only like still existing critique I would maybe have of what kind of went on with all of this, right? Is like I still don't know like if I presuppose that the kidnapping was necessary for the plot, right? If Terry had to be kidnapped for the plot to work, then I can be pretty 100% positive on everything else. I think if that is presupposed, everything else was awesome. I think Matt dealt with that incredibly. But we still don't know why he needed to get kidnapped. His dad was evasive about it during the meeting of especially if they are in such dire financial circumstances. Like, I called his father a dumbass of pay 5,000 gold to a bounty hunter instead of paying for postage on a letter. But I mean, for real, you clearly, even if you wanted to send someone there physically, obviously, Corinne is going to be more expensive than a messenger. So why? Why do Corinne? Why do the kidnapping? Why? It's almost beyond the realm of stupidity into suspiciousness, where it's like, okay, you're wasting a bunch of money in a way that is so obvious, like no matter what, that you almost must have a reason for doing so. And so I'm still not sure what that is or what that might be. But I do feel like there is something here. I feel like there might be something there in terms of her connection to the ziggurat. It's also possible that there is logic that his father has that just didn't get displayed because the characters didn't ask questions in that vein. That's perfectly possible. We just don't know. But it's weird. Corinne is connected to the ziggurat. Yes, because I did watch the fireside chat that like generated Corinne's character. Yeah. Because it'd be easier for Terry to refuse the offer over a letter. I mean, that does kind of impact the like Howard might have had some sort of rationale in that vein. Like, I mean, honestly, maybe he was going to fucking try to imprison Terry until Terry said yes. Like, it might have been, he might have planned on it being more arranged than it even seems, and he's just improving, given that, Terry came up not bound and gagged. So, that is just possible. And it's possible that they just didn't kind of dig into that. But without that rationale, there needs to be some reason for it. And it could just be that. It could also be something with the ziggurat. I just don't know. Maybe he's old, broken, rich, who doesn't know how to not to keep up appearances. I mean, even then, the bounty hunter of it all and the kidnapping of it all just seems like a random direction. Random. Yeah, I don't know. Proposal from... Yeah, I think the proposal from a position of power seems like the most straightforward sort of explanation, and that might just be it. But I do want to say that I right now, with no explanation, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. It's just weird. Send the sister instead. It can be a weird mirror of Vax and Vex. Fucking send his sister, send his mom. Send his mom to convince him. I don't think that Howard's above that sort of thing. And that would be a hell of a lot cheaper. So, yeah. The problem is that if he had that logic, he could have presented it when confronted. I sent hundreds of letters, etc. It's hard to learn how to not throw money at something. I guess. But it leaves a question mark in my head. And I'm curious to see if we ever get an explanation, if there is even an explanation to be had. And ultimately, not only why is this the direction that Howard decided, why is this the direction that Matt decided? Is it that Matt wanted a kidnapping sequence? Like, is this starting in the Doyleist realm? Is this starting from the perspective of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle writing Sherlock and saying, I want an investigation sequence? Or is this starting from the Watsonian perspective of it makes the most sense in fiction for Howard to want to kidnap Terry? I don't know. And I need to make a kidnapping and investigation sequence work. I can't tell where Matt is coming at this from. Because if he's starting from the perspective of Doyle, interesting choice, little weird, but like, okay. And I guess I could just leave it at that. If he's starting from the Watsonian, the in-fiction perspective, I need that explanation on the table because it's a big-ass question mark for me. I would be incredibly suspicious about this if I was the player. If I was a player. And so I'm interested to see if maybe the sister will give some insight, maybe the mother will give some insight. You know, I could see one of them having some insight into why this, and maybe Matt's saving that as kind of a reveal there. I don't know. Or I'm sure that Matt would have given an explanation if they had pressed. They just didn't with Howard, which is, you know, fair enough. I don't have any qualms with how the players handled that meeting. If anything, I think Terry should have gotten even more time. And I think that, you know, I think the questions he did ask and the lines of conversation he went down made a lot of sense for Terry. So, yeah. Megan does something similar to my fiance. Whenever we are in a bookstore and she says, let's leave, she always looks at one or two more things, and Megan says he should start. Sierra gets distracted. I won't say, look, if we talk about from some fucking store design psychology that gets me, those little shelves next to the checkout, I have to actively remind myself not to look at them because I will get distracted by the shit near the checkout as I'm like, I'm done shopping. Let's leave and go check out and buy my things. And then there's all the stuff right there. And I'm like, well, I could get like a little chocolate bar. And then I have to remind myself, you're allergic to chocolate. Don't get the chocolate bar. It's not going to be good for you. And then I'm there, and then they're saying something to me, and that fucks with my executive decision-making functioning, and maybe I grab the chocolate bar. I do get distracted. He said he needed to track Terry down first, and at that point, why not pay for someone to bring him back immediately rather than potentially lose track of him? As Matt always says, it's not me, it's what the character would do. Matt does always say that, and I think that's a good baseline. I think I've definitely seen some times where I don't think that's what's happening. But I do think that is, I do truly believe that is Matt's default, and that is the case the majority of the time, which is why I think about this from the perspective of why is Howard doing this, especially for such a specific decision of something like the kidnapping. I definitely think about not only the kidnapping but also like being a baker. Like transforming the baker into an assassin that uses a bounty hunter that uses baked goods as their primary method of subduing someone is a wild leap if it is purely self-directed by Matt. It makes me think that there is some in-fiction reasoning that has not been displayed yet. Because otherwise, that's a wacky leap there. Those register shelves are called Kingelware, which literally means Winning child wares from children that are in a bad mood after shopping for a long time. Oh no, that's me. I do get in a bad mood when I shop for a long time. Oh no. Oh no. God, German has the best words. All of the Germanic languages that can just stack words next to each other into one word, they got the best words for shit, man. I love that. Oh, man. Okay, let's get into it. But that's what I'm looking for here. That's one of the first things I'm looking for. Is there any sort of indication as to why Howard chose, like, of the infinite ways to go about this, why this one? Because I feel like it's just not the first natural port of call for whatever he was doing. Oh, sorry.
Here to acquire Tyrion Darrington and bring him back home to his city of Deastok and Wildmount. You guys all, through a series of high-level magic scrying and transportation, managed to cut off this specific bounty hunter on the outskirts of the city and in doing so made an agreement to not slay her where she stood, and instead possibly make a transaction down the road. You guys then made your way into the city of Deastock, to the Darrington estate, and were led up into the study of Howard Darrington, father of Tyrion, in which you all discussed the reasons of why he...
Oh, okay. I will also point out a possibility that I think would be on the table were this not Matthew Mercer. If this was, say, Brennan Lee Mulligan, or me, or just another DM, maybe. So I'm still going to call it out as a possibility. I just want to put a big asterisk. I don't think it's what Matt is doing and what Matt would do. Matt just called out there that they made the deal with the Drow for a potential future transaction. In some games and with some DMs, that could be seen as an opportunity to possibly work in something with the ziggurat in a more natural fashion. So Matt, or insert DM here, might have had a pretty loose or weak justification of why Howard knew about the ziggurat and or like why he picked this bounty hunter in particular, because she knows something about the ziggurat. And so there might have been some very loose or weak justification as to like Howard chose her specifically because of that knowledge, or that Howard like chose it for this reason, but maybe he didn't know that they had knowledge of the ziggurat, but then it comes up and maybe he heard a rumor. I don't know. The justification might just be very weak. And so a DM that is less like Matthew Mercer might encounter the players, making this deal and think to themselves, oh, that deal is actually and them working together in the future, like Vox contracting with this bounty hunter, is actually a way better, like there are better lines and better options for how to introduce the ziggurat secret. Yeah. For how to introduce the ziggurat secret. There might just be like, you might intuit better options there, but for some reason you didn't think they were going to make a deal with the bounty hunter. I say for some reason. I think that's a pretty natural thought process, is to not think that they're going to make a deal for them to owe them a job. But once they do, you see that kind of opportunity. And so maybe you scale back on some of the rationale from Howard. You remove some of that, like maybe Howard told the bounty hunter about the ziggurat in this like original imagining, right? But then you see this opportunity, you say, okay, well, we won't have Howard tell her about the ziggurat, but then you kind of forget that the reason he chose a bounty hunter is kind of predicated on that ziggurat knowledge. So that could be part of the weirdness here, if it's a different DM. I don't think that's the case with Matt Mercer. I don't think that Matt Mercer would make that much of a pivot in the middle of the session. I just don't think that's how he rolls. At least in a non-extreme scenario. But that could be a potential explanation for the weirdness at a different table. I'm sure Matt does a lot of switching tracks and improv with the story. Maybe. I think he definitely does less than the standard or maybe than the average. Because I sometimes disagree with Chad about how much I think Matt has prepped, but I do think on the order of things, he's a much higher prep DM. and he seems less willing to improv things, even when they are explicitly going poorly. And I don't just mean poorly as in they're going badly for the characters. I mean when they are like not fun, i.e. something like the Kraken fight. I think the Kraken fight is an example of where someone like, Brennan Lee Mulligan or someone like me that is maybe more willing to extremely improv in the middle of a session, that Kraken fight would have fundamentally changed mid-fight. Whereas Matt totally stuck to his guns on it. Now, could that just be because it was an encounter and not, a more broad story arc, and maybe he's more willing to switch tracks mid-story plot? Possibly. But I that is low on my list of possibilities for what might have happened here. I think he does a lot of prep and notes, but that does not necessarily mean that he cannot change something. No, and I think he has, to be clear. I think he has. It's just I think he's less likely than someone else. I generally consider other explanations for things before I consider that for Matt. Because I think I've just gotten too many examples where if a DM was open to mid-flow changing something like that, I think Matt should have in quite a few scenarios over the course of campaign 1 at least. And hey, you know what? Maybe that's something that he becomes more open to as the history of Critical Role progresses. I'd love to have that be the case. The Colville quote about design not ending on initiative. Absolutely. Absolutely. So that is a possibility. It's, like I said, it's low on my list. I think it's more likely that Howard has an explanation that we just haven't heard. And we might hear it from a sister or a mother.
Was brought back. The current financial state of the family and the intent to resolve and remedy long-standing sins of the father through you standing up and doing your family duty from his perspective. We left off as you guys had just finished that conversation. You had exited his study and were about to go about your business. So, coming off of the tension of the conversation, you close behind you the heavy wooden doors of Howard's study. There you have Berthold, who's kind of standing off to the side, the dragonborn servant of the Darrington family.
Who is so clearly in the Myriad's pocket. Can I just say it? Can I say it? We're all thinking it. Berthold, Myriad, if I've ever seen one, bro.
Waiting patiently. You all, at this moment, are at your own disposal. What do you wish to do?
Just before we move, the names that Dad had told us about to maybe parlay with in the Myriad.
Korshad.
Korshad, yes.
Korshad.
Also, small thing. You are like, he's introducing that they are outside of the office. Berthold is there. What do you want to do? I haven't talked about this in a while, but I've talked about this on and off of I think you missed John's message. Oh. Is it in Discord? Oh, Oh no, he just said thanks. What? Oh no. Any reason you bypass the announcement timestamp? Oh shit. No, not really. Honestly, didn't think about it. I don't know why. I saw a timestamp range and I was like, meh, not a lot of rationale for it, I will be honest. 327. There we go. But small thing with that intro of, I find it broadly more effective to get the players into the scene and into role playing if they have something early on to react to. And so I might have given Bertholdt just a few lines right at the top of the session. So, he says something to them and maybe asks them a question, right? So it can be that straightforward, that simple of, oh, Master Tarian, blah, 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 blah. Even something as simple as, how long are you staying? Should I have someone make up quarters for you and your guests? Right? Something for the players to directly react to before you fully set them loose, I think is good for getting them into that initial role-playing mindset, and it's a faster kind of build up into the session, or it's a more maybe efficient build up into the session. Yeah. So, but we have to watch this announcement.
That's a big one. That's a big one.
That wasn't on the list. Yeah. So so we're missing 2 cast members next week.
Guess who? No,
What? That's terrible.
Oh no!
But given the circumstance, instead we're going to have a non-numbered episode next week. Instead, it looks like we're going to throw in for a new higher-level battle royale for those who will be here to see now how some of these higher-level abilities function.
You won't be there to put my face in lava this time. I'll listen myself to do that.
I know, you guys, I won't be there, so.
Wilford done one
Still
the first one.
stupid.
She won the last one.
I've never done it.
I've never done it either.
Oh,
Yeah.
no. And you're doing it as Terry?
It's up to you. You get to choose.
You can
No,
actually
no,
choose.
no, you can have to do it as
Choose your
Terry. No,
weapon.
not playing
You
a
gotta
fucking
do it as
game.
Terry.
You have to
All
do it
right,
as Terry.
Tyrian's gonna die
Don't
in
wheel.
5 seconds.
So if we loot Terry's body, do we get all of his stuff?
It's not in canon.
No, even not in canon, in the game.
Oh, if you go to his body after he's dead, you can grab any of his
You
shit
are-
to use
you are
it.
a loot
As long
drop?
as-
Oh my God.
As long as it's not attunement. As long as it's not attunement, you can use it.
Is the helmet attuned? It is.
I believe it is, yes.
Probably, yeah.
Sorry.
But we can just steal all of his jewels just for the sake
There
of
you
it.
go. In the alternate universe version, you are
Oh,
just
wait,
decked out.
do I get Dodie in the fight?
Yeah.
Okay, that helps.
And you be leveled up to their level.
And I'll be leveled up to their level.
Battle Royale, yeah.
Jealous. Shit.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we level up for that.
So we'll see. Anyway, that'll be next week. That pushes our 100th episode to June 8th. And it looks like we're confirmed for June 1st for our next guest, I believe.
It's okay that you know.
Yes, we are. We are confirmed for that. Are we announcing that?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, on June 1st, our next guest, John Heater, a.k.a. Napoleon Dynamite, is going to come play with us.
That's going to be a
And
little
roll some
absurd.
dice. Yeah.
My mother has never been so proud of me.
I know.
Did we already say that because next week it's a battle royale? That means our 100th episode.
Push the 8th, yes.
Okay, you already said that.
I did.
Was I busy rolling dice and
You were.
talking?
Yes.
But thank you, Laura.
Lol. Cool. I'm not. I watched Napoleon Dynamite. I don't really remember most of it. I watched it when I was pretty young and don't remember it very well. So I don't know. Maybe he's cool. And the battle royale. Will you cover the battle royale, do you think? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I covered the last one, but it's like simultaneously interesting, but also not. Like, on one hand, I think it is interesting to examine PvP and a lot of the reasons why PvP may or may not work in D&D, how high-level abilities function, as Matt literally said. But on the other hand, while D&D has remnants of a war game, it's not one. It's not a war game. And so it's tough to watch a battle royale with any amount of stakes because it's like D&D's not meant to be like balanced. It's not like meant to be, I don't know, it's not designed for a battle royale. And like you can use things in ways that they're not designed for. Like I've got no problem with them doing the battle royale, like no issue. It's just that it kind of removes a lot of the interest because while it does say some interesting things, ultimately, any conclusions that you can draw are sort of caveated by the fact that, like, you're using all of these things in ways that they were never intended to be used and never designed to be used. So it's hard to take anything away from the design because they're being misused. And, like, there's some stuff you can take away when you misuse things, but I don't know. It's a big maybe. I lean away. But maybe. Yeah. How long are you saying is a phenomenal question? Oh, thank you. Works in world, gives them a thing to react to, and makes them think about plans. I appreciate it. I wasn't even thinking that deep about it. I'm getting critical eyes did. Oh no! The Ouroboros is starting to wrap around. But I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, I think that in general, yeah, asking those sorts of questions can be a good way to get them into it. Yeah. If not, can you take a guess at who wins? If Terry's leveled up to their level, I think there is. I mean, I would put my money on the Artificer. I would either put my money on the Artificer or Keyleth or Vex. I'll tell you who I don't think wins. I don't think Percy wins because fighters are designed around multiple combats, not singular combats. I think Vex doesn't win because Ranger. I think Grog doesn't win because despite the fact that they are more singular combat oriented than fighter, they are still a martial. And at the end of the day, it mostly depends on how much they get targeted, right? It is a barbarian ultimately wants to get hit a lot, but they don't actually output that much, and that is like, that's part of the role of the tank. So it mostly depends, I think, if Grog survives on the willingness of the other characters and players to allow him to survive. If he gets even remotely focused by one or more players, he's going down quick. Rogue, I think, has the best shot out of all of the marshals. They've got high single target damage, which is really important in D&D PvP because broadly, character healths are lower than equivalent monster healths. And so something that does more damage in single blows is going to be very good. Vax also just is more powerful for his level than any of the other players because of his not only the amount of magic items that he has, but the power level of these magic items and how they work with his kit. So I think out of the marshals, he has a good shot. He also has evasion and uncanny dodge, which give him an amount of tankiness. Keyleth and Terry, though, are going at the top of my list because casters. I'll just put it out there. Casters. And then full caster plus the tankiness of wild shape. But honestly, if Terry didn't have Doty, I would say that it's probably Keyleth. I would easily put Keyleth in my number one. But in theory, at least, Terry having Doty gives him some amount of action economy advantage. That's a little shaky. But in theory, at least. And he's playing a playtest document. He's playing our Arcana, or not Arcana, Unearthed Arcanum. And generally, my experience is that playtest things are more powerful than they end up being in full release. That's not explicitly true. That's not always true at all. But that's the general trend that I observe, at least. And with Artificer specifically, the amount of magic items might make the difference. It depends on what magic items he has, but they could make the extreme difference. So I would still put Keyleth at number 1, but then Terry at number 2, Vax at number 3, Grog 4, Percy Vex 5, honestly, Percy 6. Percy's pretty screwed. Unless the arena is designed in such a way to where he's not. But like Percy's really dependent on the arena serving him in order to not be really fucking screwed here. Everyone else at least has some amount of chance. But ultimately, this is the other thing. Battle Royales, in general, are largely player sentiment and decision driven more than build driven. And you can even see this with Battle Royales in the video game genre, Apex Legends, PUBG, whatever. Yes, who has the better build matters and sometimes can be the determiner, but especially early on in any given match, like there's a reason that professional Battle Royale tournaments have to have every team participate in many, many matches. You can't have single elimination Battle Royale because not only is like the random looting, a part of the randomness, but player sentiment. Who teams decide to third party and when they decide to third party, when they decide to gang up on someone is completely distinct from any sort of building that you can do. It is something that is very up to the whims of each individual player. So, that all said, that is another issue with this of me conclusively predicting who's going to win is that randomly everyone could just decide that Terry needs to die. Terry has 2 people. I mean, all of these 4 characters, if these 4 characters, Vax, Percy, Keyleth, Grog, decided that the characters with pets, Trinket and Dodie, needed to go and ganged up on them to make that happen, these 2 lose instantly. It's not a competition. It's not a question. It is just what is going to happen. Now, there's a little bit, these, Terry and Keyleth do have AoE, which could make ganging up a little harder. But if all 4 of these decide to all go after Terry at once, they're done. And Vex is probably going to join in at that point because she doesn't want to be the odd man out. So that's that. I don't know. You hated it. I probably did. I also remember hating that the arena was so simple, which I feel like would maybe be the only interesting part about it is like seeing how they all navigate arenas. An option could be save it for a week where you can only do 1 cries. Possibly. Something like that. It has no stakes, really. I think the players care a lot, and we, the audience, care a lot less. I mean, even no matter who cares and to what degree, ultimately, it is just kind of up to random whims. You know? I don't know. I like PvP for the sole reason of mechanically elevating drama between the PCs. I think that's a fair reason to like it. And especially, you know, if it's like a very small or very small enjoyment that, you know, doesn't really get prioritized above other things. It's like lower on the priority totem. I think that's fair. If that's not the case, if that's like a high priority for you, I think I would look at other TTRPGs. Because I think ultimately one of the problems with PvP and D&D is that it skews the results of that drama, and it skews all of that drama through the lens of the game you're playing rather than the fiction being represented. Right. The fiction being represented is broadly that these people should be on relatively similar power levels. They are just, you know, in different specialties. And that's just not the mechanical reality. At really any point. Because it's not supposed to be. It's never supposed to be the mechanical reality. The mechanical reality of D&D is built upon multiple combats per long rest. So the classes are meant to have varying degrees of interaction with that. They're, you know, some of them are better at keeping up their strength and keeping their strength consistent between combats, whereas some are you know, blow their loads a little bit quicker. So it's yeah. What kind of artificer is Terry? Or alchemist. Yeah. Well, they do like to make powerful things to get people excited to play them. Yeah. I know for competitive Pokemon, there are certain mons that are banned because any team with them is broken. Yeah, I mean and I mean the one of the issues is that is like what you would have to There's no matchup in D&D that is balanced. Is the ultimate issue, really. Yeah. I think the battle map is definitely better on that Royale, but not my favorite, yeah. PvP with lots of people is dodgeball rules. The first one to get out is the least liked person in the group. Exactly. Which is why you need to do like multiple rounds of it and like score how far people get within it. And like there are ways to do battle royales competitively, but it definitely can't be one match single elimination. Not at all. That just doesn't tell you anything. And D&D is just I don't know, it's tough. As someone who has become more and more interested in Warhammer, you know, there are absolutely games, and there are TTRPGs that trend more in the like balanced PvP direction. D&D is just not one of them. And it's not fucking supposed to be. I think D&D would be worse at accomplishing its goals if all of the classes were strictly balanced against each other. I think it would be an overall worse system if nothing else was changed. Yeah. Thinking about PvP and D&D, if it was competitive, there would definitely be banned subclasses. Moon Druid. Oh, I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, frankly, depending on the level, you might just have to ban Monk. Like, straight up. Because Stunning Strike is just too good at locking down single opponents. And I mean, it really depends on the level, but you also might have to like ban Wizard because of power words. I mean, like I said, D&D's not supposed to be balanced. When you could power word kill the sorcerer that you're fighting against, that's that's not balanced, but it's not supposed to be. So I don't know.
In the myriad?
Korshad.
Korshad?
Korshad, yes.
For a moment.
And how much was the
And
gift?
there was
It was like 260,000.
230.
Yeah, 230,000 gold.
But wait,
Yes.
wasn't there some other name?
There was
the
like-
little...
The
Lord-
location was...
Lydia.
Yeah.
Well, there's Lydia.
Well, Lydia was who you are
The
to be betrothed to.
yeah.
And the location was the Grumpy Lily.
That's
The
right.
grumpy. I
It's a
was
bar.
questioning myself when I was like, "There's no way something was called grumpy."
My
Lily."
stroke
I
was
was-
taking notes in D&D. Grumpy
The
Lily.
many
The many.
is who we want to speak to.
I also
Yes, the menu.
just as something that happened. I was during that whole family conversation. I was scanning the room and the bookshelves for anything interesting, anything out of sorts, anything out of place.
Well, make a retroactive perception check.
Retroactive perception check.
I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't see shit.
Okay.
I just rolled a 3. That's nothing.
Rightly so.
Retrograde. They always say that retrograde perception is 2020. No.
What?
I appreciate what you were going for there.
No. Anyway, I would love to ask Berthold if he knows the location of my sister.
Well, if you are looking for Marianne, she's probably in her chambers.
All right. Well, I guess we could all walk to her room and
that weird?
knock on the door. It's a little weird, right?
Do you wanna just
go
go
talk to
now?
her and touch base with her? You can introduce us
Why
to
don't-
her after.
Sure. So I'll lead them back downstairs to that main room that was all awful and terrible, right?
Well, it was just dark and cold and
Yeah.
empty. Like,
So I'll lead them down there. This was our playroom. Maybe you should just wait here, and I'll go talk to Sissy. I'll be right back.
Dude. I rarely comment on the storytelling ability of the players. And I swear that this is not just going to turn into the Glazing Sam Riegel podcast. But that is just such incredible priming. Like priming in a storytelling sense on the part of Sam there. Of like asking Matt something like that. Of like, is this like the room that was all dark and terrible and horrific? And then even I think there's a decent shot that Sam knew that is not how Matt had described it. But you prime that out. Matt goes, it's cold and dark and empty. And then hitting them with, this was our playroom is just, it's a perfect example of priming an audience when you are telling stories. It's like just set it up, knock it down. Perfect. And there's nothing else to say about it. It's just an amazing. I don't talk about like the structure of jokes and comedy a whole lot because I honestly don't think that I'm like the most qualified to speak on it. But that's one where I can tell you it's great. Early Cries maybe would be shocked if there's even a possibility of a Sam Glazing session. He would have been skeptical, to be sure. I think I might have been able to see the kernel of it, but like not as much as I love it as it exists now.
Is it like furniture to sit on, or is it like barren?
No, there's furniture. A lot of the furniture here is like really well made, dark woods, fine like deep red maroon fabrics. A lot has dust on it.
Plastic covers? No plastic covers?
No plastic covers. But a lot of some of the furniture here is for you. Some of it is here just as part of the decor, and it's very easy to see which ones are which.
I'm definitely going to sit on the ones that's just for decor.
Okay, they're really uncomfortable, as they usually are.
Like a medieval bank lobby.
Leave a little butt print in the dust.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right. At which point, Berthold, acknowledging that you guys will be staying, said,
Well, could I get anything for you? Perhaps teas, juice, water.
What is this bullshit? No ale?
Do you have fermented juice?
I'll fetch the wine. And he hobbles off to acquire some means of imbibement.
Should we like pay him? We just found out he's like dead fucking broke.
I'd rather not.
Okay.
Okay. You make your way back to the second floor and off to the far western end of the estate to what you recall being Marianne's chambers. So as you enter her room, which is kind of become her own study, as she's, you recall last time seeing her that it her room was becoming more and more of a functional office, and as you kind of knock and push the door open, like a familiar brother does, not wishing for really any patience on her end necessarily, you can see the interior is, the bed's there for function, but most of it is almost, I wouldn't say a replica of, but it very much resembles the decor and mood of your father's study. You see her currently sitting at a desk in the corner. Her blonde hair is tied back in a tight braid that runs down her back. She wears a coat and pants and seems to be dressed a little formally or business-like for being casually at home. You haven't really seen her dressed like this before, at least not in a casual circumstance. As you glance over past the doorway, she looks up from her papers and... Brother?
Hello, sister.
Brother, what... She closes the book. You can see she's been looking over like ledgers and catalogs. There's like she's been doing a fair amount of work here at the desk and stands up and in a very formal way kind of begins to step towards you. When have you arrived?
Just today, Father kidnapped me and brought me home.
Kidnapped?
Well, I mean, I'm not a kid, but, still works. Abducted me and brought me home. Paid someone to do it.
Right.
Yes. Anyway, it's good to see you. Your room is coming along quite nicely. It seems like you're running the show now, is that true?
Not quite, but the responsibilities have definitely been mounting. You look well. How have the wind-tossed roads of Exandria treated you this past year?
Well, I have had many adventures and close calls, but I won't bore you with those details. It's been an interesting year abroad, and I would say that I'm glad to be back, but for the abduction part, and also the fact that I've now learned that we are destitute? Is that true?
We're on the path to destitution, yes.
So it's true, he wasn't just trying to guilt me.
Probably both, to be honest, but we are in a relative dire situation compared to our previous long-standing lifestyle choices. We're trying to fix this mess.
And what would have been your plan had I not arrived today?
Well, you were part of the plan. We're trying to figure this out best we can, and given the circumstances, we feel that this is probably one of the most viable and least dangerous or risky endeavors in which we could right the family's trajectory.
By marrying me to some lady I've never met.
Well, you're welcome to meet her. I mean, I met her. I helped arrange this.
What's she like?
She's very nice. She's very pretty. A bit bookish, which is, once again, I think would befit you rather well. But let's be honest, like, this is... It's a political marriage. You do what you want. I mean, there isn't a politician or a lord of this land that, hasn't in some way, shape, or form made their own life outside of the family. At that point, you see she's a little dark and seems to speak with a bit of sarcasm.
Okay. Cool. So definitely confirming some things that we speculated about last time, which is that even if Howard knows about Terry's sexual preferences, he just doesn't care. He either doesn't know or doesn't care, because now we are seeing, in comparison, Marianne seems to be very aware, and is just saying like, hey, it's marriage in name only. Everyone knows that all the other lords fucking sleep around. So simultaneously confirming some things about Howard, and I think establishing some level of knowledge on Marianne's part, implying that she knows Terry a bit better. She mentions the bookishness, which I think is probably broadly true for Terry. I mean, Terry and Percy are friends. I think partially because of their bookishnesses. So I think there seems to be at least a level of additional understanding on her part when it comes to Terry in general. It's not clear to me if the sister knows about his preferences. It isn't entirely clear to me either, but she seems to be at least broadly more, she seems to be at least trying to be a little bit more accommodating and understanding that this is not like a desirable state of affairs for Terry. Yeah. She's acknowledging he may or may not be into the marriage, but not why. It's true. It's true. Anyone else shipping Marianne and Lydia? I don't remember who Lydia is. But interesting. We will see what I'm actually, this initial interaction has made me very curious to hear her take about the state of affairs, because she seems a little bit less like she has her personal pride wrapped up in it. She seems like she has been trying to fix her father's messes for a while now. And is frustrated. Anyone else should be, oh, the girl he's meant to marry? All right. Sure. That could work. I mean, honestly, if that were on the table, it seems like they probably wouldn't have needed to call Terry in the first place. If that was like an acceptable on the table arrangement.
And father's businesses, are they being run the same way, with the same attention to detail and...
There's been no necessary change to the way business has been done.
Why? What?
Transition of some responsibilities, of course. And she gives like a slight nod. She's getting a little uncomfortable as the conversation continues.
Listen, I'm sorry to pop in like this and
You
challenge
make some
your
changes.
judgment. But me marrying this person would solve our problems long term, somehow.
Marrying into this family, into the Truscan lot, would enable us the resources and the connections to reacquire the deeds to our land, to reacquire the business elements that we've been in this unnecessary partnership with for some time, and would enable us to once again reclaim complete rulership of our family-controlled lands.
Do we not own anything anymore?
It is a partnership that is quickly sliding into the behest of the myriad.
So what is our...
But I feel like I might go insane. I don't know. I really don't know. Like this is me being like perfectly candid. I don't know if this is Matt or if this is the Darringtons. Because this is I mean, fucking, especially with all of the real life economic shit that we were talking about at the start of the stream. Clearly, it's not that crazy that people might have this strategy of, let's just reacquire all of the assets and not change anything about the business. You know, the business that led us to the point of needing the myriad in the first place. Does no one see the problem here? But again, as you know, we hit on some maybe short-term thinking strategies of real economic players at the beginning of stream. So this is not like a crazy way to characterize characters, like as frankly dumb and short-sighted. I just don't know if that is what Matt is intending to portray. And I'm honestly not entirely sure how he could go about it if that, in any additional sense, if that is what he was meaning to portray, beyond the players digging into it and him responding to those queries, I guess. Which is tough. This is one of the challenges that I struggle a lot with when it comes to characterization, is like, if in this scenario, right, Matt is wanting to portray the Darringtons in the way that I described. I don't know how he displays those things except in response to them saying things, to the players saying things. And if the players or the characters don't ask particular questions or don't dig into certain things, I think sometimes characters can get mischaracterized. This happens constantly in my games. So I'm going to be looking at this very closely to see how Matt handles this and try to suss out what he is actually trying to do. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. And this is exactly what I'm saying, negative review, of like, the details are awfully vague, not sure if it's just Matt not knowing business. Like, that might just be it. But I don't know. Given every instance of LGBTQ people and couples have been treated very normally with no discrimination, from what I remember, at least, a marriage between Lydia and Marianne should be an option. I mean, I will say that I do think that would be in line with the representation so far within C1, but that the implication seems to be that is not on the table. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have gone and gotten Tyrion. Or I guess maybe Marianne is already married, I suppose. With some small changes, it can make sense. If there was a downturn in the market, you did what you had. What's up? We're back. I got. But all of that is to say, and I think this is also, related to what you guys are talking about with the LGBTQ relationships. In this is like how. The part of what I struggle with is how to characterize the NPCs without giving more information about them than they would give to random strangers. Now, obviously, it's a bit different here because it's Terry. It's not a random stranger. But that is a little bit of a struggle here, I think, is how much do these prideful Darringtons just offer up to Terry? Someone that they see as largely a fop and a failure. Like, how does Matt thread that needle of giving enough information to characterize the characters in the way that they should be without having them reveal more information than they should? I don't know. That's the question I'm looking to answer here.
Yours now. Anything? Our personal belongings? This home?
We still own everything in partnership. Owned solely on our own. Some of the furniture.
And again, if I do this, what's to say that we're not just going to drive up another day?
And here it is. You know, I was talking about if the characters ask certain questions. This might just be ultimately one of the things that I talk about of like learning your players, learning the things that they're interested in, learning their strategies, learning how your players go about any given interaction and like what will make them delve deeper. And you put the characterization in those areas. Because ultimately, Sam does go in and question this, and so I think we will get some deeper characterization here. So maybe that's it, and maybe I'm just not good at predicting I'm good at predicting what my characters will do with environments, but not people, which, I don't know, maybe that's more about me than anything else.
Yet again, doesn't seem like Father or you have been very good at keeping us in the black.
I have only been recently brought into this unfortunate circumstance, brother. And you can trust in knowing that in my studies and my time spent here, working with Father, and being very clear and very thorough with the mistakes that he's made in the past, I will not be doomed to repeat them.
So you and he are two peas in a pod, yes?
Well, he's certainly in need of retiring based on the stress that he's put upon himself, and it would not be long until I would take over the responsibilities.
All right, well, I may poke around and see if there's another way I could help. But before I do, is this fun for you? Do you like running this business, or almost running it?
It's certainly a better challenge than many other daughters of lords are given in their time.
Do you have any friends?
Friends come when the money and power is in place. You know this.
I do.
It's the way the land works.
Well, I'll leave you to your work, and love the decorations. And I'm considering the offer, and I'll have an answer for you by tomorrow morning.
Wonderful. As you begin to make any sort of exit, she catches you and goes, "Brother, your arrival here is a great boon to us. You have the power to change the fate of this family. Consider the respect you have for the people who've worked their entire lives to provide for you what you've been given. Mother and father sacrificed so much for us. Consider weighing one's selfish interests versus the importance of a bloodline. That's all I ask."
All right, I'll consider it with all my intellect.
Well, it's good to see you. And she steps forward and gives you kind of like a half hug. But it's like kind of...
Pat. The back pat. Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
She kind of straightens her coat and sits back behind the desk and like waits for you to leave.
All right, I'll shimmy out.
Okay.
All right, I'll rejoin my friends downstairs.
Very well.
Well,
How'd it go?
Yeah, well, yourself.
as expected, yeah, things are about the same between me and Marianne. And
So she's still a raging bitch?
no, she's not raging.
I think it's just rather rude that she doesn't want to come down here and meet us.
She has her work and her.
Oh, she's not coming down.
No.
That's weird.
Well, I mean, I don't know. She's busy, I guess.
Okay.
They're not guest people. They're not dinner party family.
Yeah, picked up on that.
Not even for like people that could help them with their name.
I mean, yes.
Did you mention us or anything?
No, it didn't
else?
come up.
They have any idea what a heavy hitter you are now and the type of people you roll?
I mean, they kind of said, "How have I been?" But they don't really give a shit either way.
So you just didn't even offer up the information?
But if they're not interested in me, why should I be interested in them knowing about me?
That's a very good point.
Back it up. How? What are you thinking? Like, where's your head at? How can we help you?
I mean, I don't know what to do. There's this woman. She's apparently nice, and I could just go for it and marry her, and then it seems like all my family problems would be okay.
Forever?
There's no such thing as family problems being okay for forever.
Really?
I don't know. I'm sort of curious about talking to the people who are in this contract with my father and seeing if there's any way that we can wiggle out of it a little bit. But I don't know how to solve everything right now, and I also don't know if I feel a duty, a responsibility to this family because they are my family.
Grog.
You feel a duty? The privy is over there, over there, over the front yard beckons.
He may have opened a bottle of wine.
I'm lost for the rest of the
You're day
conversation.
drunk? You're day drunk.
Day buzz,
No,
please.
it's just had a little bit of wine. Just a small
I
amount.
carved my name into the floor.
Part of me wants to. Oh God. Okay. Part of me wants to just turn around and go back with you to Whitestone and forget that the Darringtons exist, but I don't think I can do that because I am a Darrington, and I owe it to at least to my name to try and fix what I can.
To what you can.
Yes.
Don't sacrifice your entire life for this, though.
Well, I'll try not to, but it seems like a plan B at this point.
Also, you had no prior knowledge to your family's connection to the mob?
No. It's way cooler than I thought my family ever was. I mean, I knew that my dad did shady business with lots of shady characters, but I never knew. I assume he paid off people. I assume he had friends in high places and people who he had to bribe to turn the other cheek, but I never knew that he was in business with them, owing our whole existence to these terrible people. And I don't know what to make of that.
Well, T, I think we're all prepared to help you do anything you want to do. But are you sure you want to help perpetuate the family business?
Definitely not. Listen, I think there's two steps to this. There's the short term and the long term. We have to solve this short term need really quickly. Not this whole $230,000, I mean, gold debt. It's a Whitestone term. It's a. I mean a wild mouth. Oh my God. My phone rang. I'm confused.
It's so fun.
My phone rang.
It breaks.
Anyway. Listen, I had a few drinks before. No, we have a short-term problem that we can maybe go alleviate a bit if we go talk to these folk at the Laughing Ninny, or whatever it's called. The Grumpy Lily.
I do
Like a laughing ninny.
I don't want to go there and
Sounds very suggestive.
It's a stand-up comedy club.
That's over.
And then there's a long-term problem which I'll have to solve on another day.
Come again?
There's a long-term problem that my family is awful and needs to be stopped at all costs, and that's something that I'll have to deal with tomorrow.
The Truskins, that's who you're being married into, potentially.
Okay, they're gonna talk for a little while longer, but I wanna think/note this right now, which is that they're almost certainly going to go and talk to the myriad at the Laughing Ninny, or not the Laughing Ninny, the grinning lily, coughing lily, some lily, Laughing Ninny. We're gonna say. They're going to go to the Laughing Ninny, talk to the many in one or whatever, and this is almost certainly something Matt could/should have planned for. I'm assuming that he did plan for this, especially like he could have improv'd some of the names to be sure, but I would be surprised if he hadn't predicted it. And as Seth Eshel pointed out, he's had a week since they talked about it last session. So even if he didn't have it last session, he certainly should have it now. This is going. I'm curious as to how he threads this needle. I think there's several ways to do it, but you want to make sure that, or how do I say it? It might surprise some people to think that the Warlock main likes deals with strings attached. And I think it is theoretically viable to just say, nope, Myriad won't work with you. Like, there's nothing you can do. You have to marry the girl, or you have to walk away entirely. I think maybe for certain types of players or certain types of tables, that, like, could work. That said, I don't I think for this table, and especially for Terry and the campaign that they're in, I think that having Terry get into a political arranged marriage, I don't see a good storyline post that. And it's not impossible, but I would be so very shocked if Sam didn't just retire the character at that point, which would be very strange to do at this point. It'd be a tough, really tough ending to his fucking storyline that, like, I don't think anyone would love, other than, I guess, from the perspective of, like, sometimes life is bad. I don't know. Like, as Daniel's saying, I would feel relatively confident prepping this that they are not going to just straight up go for the marry the girl route. So, well, that's kind of the thing, is like, I don't. And if he did, that would also be bad. So, like, I can't really come to, like, a good resolution in that vein. So, I don't, even if it is theoretically on the table, I don't think it's practically on the table. Them just completely walking away is probably practically on the table. And I think that Matt probably has some plans for that. Which then means, for this to actually be a decision, there needs to be that middle route. There needs to be a way for them to do something with the Myriad, or something with the Truskins, or something with the Darringtons. Maybe there are multiple things, depending on which of those routes they go. But there needs to be something they can do to address this without Terry needing to sever ties with his family. So, where does Matt go with that? That's what I'm looking for next. We got more details from the sister. That's what I was looking for first. What I'm looking for next, how does he thread the needle? What do the Myriad ask for? Because the Myriad are almost 100% certainly aware of Vox Machina. It would be insanity if they are not. As this, like, fucking, as possibly the most high profile power figures in the land, at least in Taldore. It would be wild if someone in the Myriad is not aware of them. Maybe this person at the Laughing Ninny might not know, but someone will know. So if I'm the GM here, I'm looking at my first gut instinct is the Myriad will ask to leverage Vox's power and connections and wealth as these great dragon-slaying heroes, and in return they will forgive some of the debt. Now, who knows how they would leverage it? That would depend on their goals, and that's only something that Matt knows at this point. That's where my head goes first. Now, there are other possibilities, and it all kind of depends on the exact direction Matt wants to go. But regardless, I think what you need to do is... How do I say this? I think it needs to be something that Vox would not be willing to do generally. Like if they just got approached on the street. And pit that conflict between, or make the conflict be between Terry asking his friends to do something that he knows they won't want to do, that he knows is not something they would do otherwise, but maybe he even knows that they would do it for him against money. Right? Is he going to force his new friends that were there for him when he had nothing and currently has nothing, and they liked him and brought him in regardless of his status and station and power and money? Does he ask them to do something that they wouldn't do otherwise in order to not save him, but save his shitty relatives that he doesn't even like? And the real, I think, the core needle you have to thread here is you have to make the ask, whatever the Myriad ask for, something that Vox Machina 10 out of 10 times would not say yes to if someone just approached them. Even if someone like Allura was like, we got offered a bunch of gold to do this, whatever. Or they had to do it to get a vestige, right? You have to make it something where they would leave that vestige on the table rather than do this. But they would do it if Terry asked them. The power of friendship has to be the tipping point between yes and no on whatever the Myriad are asking for. I think that is the direction you have to go. That's the thing I'm thinking about here. If I'm prepping this sort of thing. Now, what is that going to end up being? Who knows? But I think as Matt, you have some idea at this point of what Vox are willing and not willing to do. It's still a difficult challenge, though. So I will have to see how it plays out. But that's what I'm looking for. What does the Myriad offer? And how willing would Vox be to do this? Because if they would be willing to do it no matter what, if it's something they're perfectly fine with, it's not a good choice. And if it's something that they will never say yes to in a million bajillion years, regardless of if Terry asked them for it, it's also not a good choice. It's got to thread that needle. Yeah. There's a myriad of ways this can go. Yeah. Myriad, investigate the death of a fetal deity in a pocket dimension. The Myriad wants them to kill Gilmore. He's too much of a barrier to their entry into Tal'Dorei. I think that's the right mind space to be in. I do also think that Vox wouldn't go for that, but I don't think you're that far off, Brittany. I think you're close. In fact, if they did offer that, I think Vox might accept and try to fake the death of Gilmore somehow. If that was offered, but I think they would pretty quickly find that that's pretty impossible, and I think it would ultimately fall apart. I don't think you were offering this super seriously. But I think it's really close to something like that. I think it has to be pretty near that level of stakes of something that they would really avoid if it wasn't for Terry asking. And I think really importantly, it also has to be something that it is because it is Terry asking. They wouldn't do it for a bunch of random nobles that just said, we want to repair our house's lineage. You'll owe us we'll owe you a favor. This is not the sort of thing. It has to be not the sort of thing that they would do for favors from the Darringtons if Terry weren't involved. But I think you're really fucking close, dude. I'm not joking. I was trying to think of something they wouldn't do. That's the thing, right? I think you got there. Like I think you're absolutely on the like they wouldn't do it side of it. I think you're close to the range that I'm talking about here. I think it has to be pretty extreme in order to prompt this. Kill King Dwendal? Ooh. You're dancing around it too, John. I think they probably wouldn't. But that's ooh. It would. I think that's true. Daniel. It would be very difficult. And that's a good point to bring up. I don't think it necessarily matters on the moral difficulty sort of scale. I don't think it matters as to why Vox would normally say no to it or normally say yes to it. I do think it is. I think it more matters just would they say no or yes. So regardless of if it's moral or difficulty based. But I think we're treading the area of like what I would be thinking about for this. Or find where one of our rogue suppliers went. She's called Anna Ripley. Bum, bum, bum. Ooh, what about Myriad? I've heard some new weapons. Oh, man of follow, you might have hit it. I'd have to think about this more. Like during my prep, if I had this idea. But that's pretty fucking good. And I do think, ooh, that'd be, because Percy would really want to not. And it really would put Percy and Terry's relationship to the test. I would probably try to possibly think about an alternative. Only because I'm honestly a little... I don't know if Percy would say yes. Even if Terry asked. But honestly, I think the rest of the party would. And that's a great opportunity for interpersonal drama. That's pretty fucking good, man, to follow. That's pretty good. The only issue with that is it is predicated on Myriad not knowing Percy's connection to guns, and that paints them as not smart/powerful. It's possible. I think you would. I think that is an issue and a consideration. Negative review. But I think it's solvable. I think you can lace some knowledge and some statements within there that justify that gap in their knowledge. I think it's something you have to consider, to be clear. I think you should consider that when thinking through this, but I think it's solvable. Yeah. Also, Percy's gun is right fucking there. You would have to get some excuse. Maybe it's like they have to hand over their weapons at the door. And they, like, insist on testing Percy's gun? Maybe. You could also phrase it as, give us some of the guns we know you've made. Also true. It would definitely cause inter-party conflict. Yeah. Yeah. Would it be a net positive or a net negative if you split the party's answer? It's really tough. I don't know. I slightly hesitate away from it because I ultimately want to keep the autonomy of the choice in Sam's area. In Sam and Terry's region, I want to keep the autonomy of the choice. But if you're splitting the party 6-1, that's a little different. If it's one person that would be against it, and we know that they would get outvoted, and there's pretty good argument logically to agree to it, of like, hey, these guns are already out there, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I think there's some details to work out, some kinks, but that's fucking good. Let's go back in time and tell Matt these ideas. Yeah. Isn't he personally hunting down gun owners outside of Whitestone? Yes. Yeah. And or sending people after them, but still. Ooh. We don't know if he's doing it personally or sending people, but it's implied he's at least orchestrating the hunt. Yeah. Probably bad for a home game, but amazing for a live streamed actual play. I would say, I think that's a good point. I would be probably substantially more hesitant about the extreme, how extremely Percy would be against it. I would probably be more worried about that at a home game. In fact, it's something that, like, if I really wanted to go down this route, I might pull Taliesin and ask him in very vague terms, like, hey, obviously Percival is very against the spread of firearms, et cetera, et cetera. If there was a scenario where every other member at the table, or at least a majority of the people at the table, wanted to give the designs for guns to someone, or wanted to give a model of a gun to someone, where you would, essentially not have like direct control over the supply anymore, how vehemently would Percy fight against that? Like, I honestly might level set with the player that's playing Percy, if this is, the route I really want to go down. Because I think you can level set with them in a way that's vague enough to not cause issues, and get a sense of how much this is going to be fun conflict versus not fun inter-party conflict. I think at a table where there's a lot of trust, where, and like you guys said, it is an actual play, there's a little bit more of an entertainment bent there, I think I'm much less worried about it, the extreme trust that they have at this table. But it might be something to inquire with the players a little bit more off the table. Yeah. Hire Kryn to heist back the weapons and get them back to Whitestone. Well, and I could see that being an idea that results from the inter-party conflict. Like, I think one of the reasons I like this route of thinking is because there's a lot of, it like kind of kicks the can down the road in terms of what they need to do in order to resolve this in a good way. But it puts it more into a vein that they're comfortable with, and more of like a classical D&D vein. And it gets Terry's family happy for the time being, right? It kind of extends the quest a little bit. So I think there's a lot of fun things to go down there. Yeah. You need to be certain that the odd person out isn't going to take it personally when they get outvoted. Exactly. And that is absolutely why I think at a home game I would level set with them. Because, yeah, you need that trust that Taliesin in this case isn't going to be unhappy with it, and isn't going to like escalate things in terms of threats towards getting the rest of the party to fall in line. Like, it would be bad if Taliesin started like actively threatening to have Percy leave the party, let's say, right? If they don't get their way on this vote. So you want to make sure that that sort of thing isn't like necessarily on the table, but I think if you can, and or at a table with much higher trust, I think you could make that work. Yeah. I probably phrased it differently. Ultimately, I don't give a crap how much Percy hates the idea. I want to make sure the player isn't going to be hurt. That's fair. That's very fair. It's more I want to level set about the sort of scale of reaction that we might expect from Percy or the character. We're all just ignoring the just pay off the mob line of thinking because we all know it wouldn't be satisfying. This is true. Yeah. But purely in fiction is the easiest solution. Yeah. Yep. It wouldn't be as satisfying. Yeah. 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 I like that line. Let's see. That's sort of the general line I'll be kind of setting against. This is not me, I'm not holding Matt to the standards of someone that can pause. Well, I guess I am in a way kind of holding him to the standards of someone that can pause because he can prep and he knows more about what's going on. So we'll see what he comes up with and maybe how it compares.
Do they have a son? That
doesn't.
Someone would be.
That's almost beside the point.
Well,
You're talking about marrying
sister.
the sister. Yeah.
Oh. Well, that's still, well...
I guess it's not the same, is it?
No, actually, it's unfortunately the opposite.
You're royalty, you know this.
Of course, I know everything about royalty.
Little royal girl.
So what exactly is your duty that you're feeling inclined towards? Damn it, girl.
Lila? Is it Lila?
Lydia.
Perhaps we should talk to this Lydia as well, because she's obviously in a position of being told what she's going to do with herself.
Yeah, maybe she's also a badass.
I mean, at the very least, we should meet all the chess pieces on the board, right?
I mean, she lives in another part of the kingdom, right, Matthew Mercer?
Yeah.
I mean, that's not a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's true. But there's the in-town people we can meet first.
Sure. Let's talk to the mob.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, of course. You'll come with me, because I can't talk to them all by
Terry, of
myself.
course we will.
Wait, when you said we need to stop your family at all costs, are you talking about killing them?
No, I'm not talking about killing them.
Yeah, but Grog does bring up a point that I was trying to make before he started laughing when I said duty.
Let it roll.
But what exactly are you committed to keeping your family around? You said you were compelled and you felt like you had a duty, but then you immediately started talking about
Stop it, Travis Scott. I can't.
It's gotten to all of us now. I mean,
tearing your family
off
apart
to the races.
and stopping them.
My family is pretty bad, I've learned. But I've also learned from young Trickfoot that even a rotten family is worth trying to save. And I admire the path that she took with her family. And I would like to at least try to push mine in the right direction and try to make...
Aww. Okay, Sam Glazing podcast time. That's such a fun and cute way to bring in the decisions of other players in their own personal arcs into how like it affects your character and their decisions and their morality. Nothing huge, just cute, especially for, a character that or a player that isn't at the table a lot. That's really nice. That's really fun.
our name
Yeah.
a little less shitty.
That is a pretty big matzo ball, my friend.
Well, that's why that's long term. In the short term, I just want to get them safe.
Yeah.
If there's one thing I understand, it's giving your life to a cause. I just hope
I
you
don't want to die, if that's what you're saying.
No, but
Dedicating.
dedicating.
Thank you.
Giving.
Time is a gift, I would say.
Sure.
So dedicating that gift it's a big thing. But I just hope you believe in it.
I don't believe in them, but I believe in the cause right now, and we'll see how far that takes us.
We believe in you.
You guys.
Can you describe to me this duty?
That's hard. That's very
I
hard.
think I do now. Is it really like hard, or is it?
It's a little more nebulous than that, Rob.
We can pass on this for now.
Adjectives are not my strong suit. So.
You know what an adjective is. That's impressive.
Yeah, no, I got it one time at this tavern, and it just like was I had it for 2 nights. Just itched everywhere.
Listen, when you see my duty, you'll know.
Copy that.
It's loose. It's juicy.
Should we go to the Grumpy Lily then?
Let's go.
This is going so well.
As you're exiting the house and Bertrand's opening the door, you hear some heavy creaking from the stair that leads down to the main area. And you watch as an older woman in kind of her early 50s or so, with her mid-length, kind of curly brown hair, shades of gray and green eyes, behind a small set of reading spectacles, kind of stoic of face, wearing what looks to be some sort of a finely crafted silk robe, clutching a kind of a book on her arm, comes down the steps and looks down and goes, Darian?
Mama?
Darian, my boy. And she kind of sets the book down and walks up, puts her hands out, she puts it, takes you at the sides of the face and pulls you in for, terribly sorry. I didn't realize that we had guests.
Yes, these are my allies and my friends. This is the team known as Vox Machina. They are a fearless band of adventurers, and they have taken me in as their own.
Oh, look at you, so rugged.
Well,
So,
yes, I am a bit.
So you've had some adventures with my boy, have you?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Have you spoken with your father?
Yes, I've spoken to father and sister, and it's good to know they're healthy. And it's lovely to see you as well. Have you been happy at all this last year?
She reaches back and takes the book off the step and goes, I've been making my way through your library.
Oh, my books in my room.
Yes, well, I've had a lot of time to myself, been under the weather for some time, and these have kept me fine company.
Oh, that's lovely. I hope you've enjoyed them as much as I did. What's your favorite one?
Well, not this piece of trash. And she sits down.
No.
There's one. What was it called? The River's Dawn. It was a brilliant.
Before the River's Dawn. Yes.
Yeah, Before the River's Dawn. That one. Yes. It dealt with It was sort of a continuation of the creation myth of Wildmount, but it turned into the spirits of the gods as these two fawns, and they fell in love but could not be together because the dawn had to rise and the sun would shun this. It was very, very beautiful.
No, it was, but also heartbreaking at the same time.
Very much so. It reminded me of you.
Yes. That's one of my favorites as well.
I didn't break the binding too much, I hope.
Oh, I'll fix it if you did. It's
all right.
Well, that's wonderful to hear. I'm glad you've been, entertaining yourself. I know living with Papa can be very hard, and it's been very hard on you all these years.
If you would excuse us for just a moment, please. Just a few moments. And she kind of points towards the door.
I told you they're like
Yeah,
this.
no, we're going outside. Front door.
Yeah.
Front yard.
What are we leaving?
Bottle of wine.
Bertrand's leading you out of the main area.
Out front door.
Out the front door.
Out of the house.
Yeah,
Out
front door.
out the house.
Front
Out
yard.
the house, like get out.
Front yard.
You guys were on your way
Wait
out.
on the fucking porch. Jesus.
There we go.
As soon as she has some privacy with you, she goes, My boy, if you could indulge me in some strange honesty, I'm rather intrigued at this idea. I don't wish to undermine anything that we've built as a family. I've lived a privileged life for a very long time, far longer than you and your sister have. I've lived within this house, removed from the world. I do as responsibility asks of me, my wedded duties as both a wife and a mother, and I do so without complaint. I've always seen you fight these same circumstances bravely, and I find vicarious joy in your escape from this place this past year. And these books are a reminder of that same bravery. I know Howard has said many things, and he may be right. But there's a little part of me that welcomes a little change in scenery and lifestyle. Maybe that's what the family needs. I don't know. Perhaps I'm foolhardy. I know not.
No. You're right to think this way. This year has been eye-opening for me, and I know that you care for Papa.
We did come to the exact opposite conclusions. My understanding is that she is saying, damn, I'm a bit jealous of you this past year. Like, I did all this shit, and like I didn't complain about it, but now I'm looking at you and I'm reading all your books and maybe you've got like the right way of it. I think she's going to encourage them to just let the debt lapse, which, to be fair, is not something that we discussed too much this stream, even though it is something that I pitched as a possibility last stream of just take Terry's family and relocate them to Taldore and have fucking Howard run the Slayer's cake. So good reminder from Matt here, even me as a watcher, to remind them of like possible routes on the table. If they're only looking at talking to the Myriad, reminding them that it is an option to just let this fail. Like, let the debt go through, pull the family out. That is on the table. Fun. And I was very much wondering, I was like, why is Matt interrupting their exit with this? And I think it is very explicitly so that is in the back of their mind as an option, so that they don't feel as though they have to take what the Myriad offers. They have two other options totally separate from that. And in fact, relating it to the Trickfoots, I mean, fuck, they could just take the mom. They could just take Mrs. Darrington, or maybe even Marianne, and leave Howard to fucking starve in the gutter. Marianne probably wouldn't let that happen, but there's definitely optionality here. Yeah. It's surprising how much a single sentence changes the context of it. The start of that could have led in a lot of different directions.
And you are a diligent and faithful wife. But I know how hard it must have been to live this life for so many years, and I wonder what it would be like if you hadn't been with him, what kind of person you would be.
Looking at you, looking at your sister, I wouldn't change it for the world.
Well, things are going to have to change at some point, right? So...
one way or another.
Yes.
I just want you to make choices for yourself. I want you to do what you think is right, that you could live with. Duty and blood is one thing. But anyway, I'm talking out of turn.
No, it's, thank you. Thank you for that.
Could you...
What?
Could you not tell Howard we've had this conversation?
Mum's the word. All right. I'll be back. And, maybe we'll have time to talk more books later.
Oh, I would like that very much.
All right. Good evening.
Good evening. As you leave, she's like, and the other one I was trying to remember is the Mountain Range of Gold.
Oh, my.
It's a wonderful 3-part series.
When you think he's dead, but then he's not, he comes back?
Well, the second book, you get halfway through it before he even turns and reveals himself.
I know. Well, you never see the body in the first one. So
I know. But then in the white robes and everything.
Incredible.
It's renewed power. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm sorry. You have your friends waiting on you. Good night, Tyrion.
Yes. I want to adopt her.
She's awesome.
So, as you step out, Tim, greet the rest of your friends.
All right. Let's go to the Jumping Jimmy. Whatever it's called.
How's your mother?
She's better. She's had a tough time, but that was the longest conversation I've had with her in many years.
Wow.
She said she's under the weather.
Yeah,
what's wrong?
I think everyone is super stressed out and heartsick about everything that's happening, and living with, under a tyrant of a father it's not healthy. You should have seen me when I lived here. I was not nearly as dashing or as charming as I am now. It took me spreading my wings and flying before I found my sense of humor and my My hair looks better.
It's
my
so shiny.
eyes look
It's
better.
so shiny.
I thought you said that was because of the aloe vera.
Well, yes, that's that we didn't have any at home.
Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Of course.
Change
Yeah.
of climate. on that.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's wonderful.
Salt air is better for you.
I mean, life needs aloe to live. Is something I always say.
That's true.
I've heard you say that
true, it's a good
2 or
thing.
3 times.
Just moisturizing products in general. Life needs moisturizing products to
In
live.
general, to live. Yeah.
Life needs moisture to live.
I mean, I know my beauty regimen is
Man,
Yeah.
because
you know,
of
life
you.
needs more to live.
Yeah.
It's way smarter son.
Yeah.
All right, gauntlet drop.
All right, to the laughing ninny it is.
Yes, it is.
All right. Who's leading this charge? Probably you, Terry.
Terry,
I know the place.
You
Yes.
are in charge. While
You've
we're
never
here.
you've never been to this place. You've heard of it, but you would never be seen dead in a place like this before. So you lead your way in at this point because you arrived. The sun was still in the sky, but it was deep in the sky. So by now it's post dusk. So you now see the massive stone and wood structures of Diastock are dark against the ever dark sky, with the windows now aglow, this warm yellows and orange of the candle and lantern lit interiors. You can see there are hanging lanterns that are put out there, and you can see a number of individuals who seem to work for the city who go and place these lanterns up on each of these poles, are now finishing their job and returning back to the evening. Following these lamps along the street, and the cobblestones are still really well kept for as old as this town seems to be. There's for a city that isn't a major metropolis within a kingdom, and what your experience has been in Taldore, a fair amount of money seems to still make its way through this city. Eventually, you find your way fairly far north into the city until you come across the exterior of the Grumping Lily, asking a few questions to guide you to which building it is, because it's much smaller than you expected. You see what appears to be a single-story pub with one window, one door, no more than maybe 30 feet on any given side. It is lit from the inside, though it's dimly lit. And as you approach and push past the somewhat ajar entryway, you see before you what appears to be 3 tables. 3 singular stained round tables. One lone patron sits at the center table, an elderly man inspecting a very small, what appears to be clay sculpture that he's just enraptured by, and a single barkeep to your right that seems to notice your entry. A healthy, pale woman of brunette hair in her 40s, dressed in a simple gray blouse, who as soon as you kind of enter and take in the atmosphere, she goes, slow day, folks. Happy to have the business. What can I get you?
Jeez, Rog, I don't even know if you're going to fit in here.
Yeah, it's really tiny.
Your head does reach the ceiling.
Shit.
Just dive in then.
Should we get anything to drink first, or just dive in?
Yeah, it's kind of like you have to buy something to use the restroom.
Right. I feel
Okay.
like we should. Do you have a Shiraz? I was just wondering if you had any imports. Do you have a red wine?
Yes,
That I would
I
take.
can get for you, dear.
Thank
Don't
you
worry,
so
don't worry.
much.
Red wine we can do, definitely. And she walks over and slams her hand on the side of the bar, and what you thought was once the patron now appears to be the one barman there. Like, wait a minute, I missed the conversation.
Oh, the guy with the sculpture?
Yeah, it's like, red wine for our guests? Oh. Puts it in his, stands up and begrudgingly walks over. He sees his back's kind of hunched forward, and he's like, leaves the room for a second. Well, sit down, find a place, wherever you like.
I mean, put 2 tables together, I guess?
All 3 really.
Let's just take them all.
Wait, this is the meeting place of a dark group, right? A shady group?
I guess.
Shouldn't we check this area for anything shady?
Sure.
Is there shade?
Let's keep our eyes out.
In this establishment.
It's dimly lit, so there's plenty of shadows.
It's a 5x5 square. Do we see anything amiss? Oh, let's
Dude, I will say, I love to make fun of Matt for, his descriptive vamping or his pacing, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I don't know if this was purposeful on his part. It could have been. I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility. Having a large amount of descriptive depth for the journey and the environment on the way to a place, and then when they actually get to said place, having 1 to 2 barely anything, just blink and you miss it description, is a good way to make the location, make the endpoint seem unassuming, seem normal, like a place that you shouldn't take too seriously or shouldn't look for too much depth in. Now, I think that's interesting for in kind of 2 separate ways here, because that is absolutely the type of thing that you would want for a front. That's exactly the type of thing you'd want for a pizza parlor that doesn't make pizza. Or it's the sort of thing that you would want if you don't want your players to spend a ton of time doing the due diligence that they probably should do as high-level adventurers, walking into a place that they know is owned and operated and controlled, at least to some extent, by a continental criminal syndicate. They should not just walk in here and drink what the people serve them. That just shouldn't happen. But and honestly, if there is a risk of them getting like fucked here, like the myriad coming out and fucking kidnapping them and imprisoning them, and they have like a fucking null magic device underneath the bar and they go poof, and it fucking stuns all of them, Matt should probably give more description about the bar. Not even description of like how suspicious it is, but just a larger depth so that they care and look at the environment more. But if, as Matt, you just want a location that makes sense in world for them to meet someone at, and the entire point is just for them to go there and talk to the person, and that's it, this is a good way to sort of try to get their minds to slip past the reality of what they should be doing, right? They should be checking for traps and looking around and making sure that nothing suspicious is going on. They should be on pins and needles this whole meeting. But much like we've talked about, the shapeshifter anxiety, that sort of anxiety is not super fun, especially when it's not like near the climax of an arc, right? When the meeting isn't that important, when the meeting is more introductory. That'd be better for something like, oh, you need to talk with like the boss's boss, or you need to do this intro quest for us to get an invitation to talk to the boss about the debt, and then they have to like go to a stronghold or something, and it's much more in their territory. All of that sort of stuff probably deserves the higher level of scrutiny and the higher level of description. So much like I was talking about last episode with Matt seemingly like strategically using depth of flavor and depth of description to control how much attention his players give to things, I don't know if I'm giving him too much credit, if he's doing it on purpose, if he's doing it unconsciously, or whatever. But I think it's a legitimate effect. Like, someone even just brought up, should we, like, check this place a little bit more? And Liam O'Brien, not Vax, because Vax loves checking for traps. Liam O'Brien, the player, says, it's a 5x5 square. Do we see anything? No? All right, let's move on. Like, Matt has successfully made Liam not give a shit about this location. And that is good for going through things much quicker and not needing to take all of that extra time. So, whether it's conscious or not, credit to Matt on that. What percent do you expect Tila to drink whatever is given to her? Oh, if no one else says anything? 95%. I'm giving it a 95% chance. Unless someone brings up the fact that Terry got poisoned with a crumpet, I give it like a 95% chance that she's going to drink it.
Terrible.
Yeah.
24.
And yes.
Nothing
Good example.
seems amiss. It seems like a shitty pub. It's the definition of a poorly attended dive.
Does it look like there's any kind of
Dude, even that, someone looks into it more and like makes a roll. Also classic. Didn't ask for a roll. Makes a roll, and Matt's just like, it's a shitty pub. It's a poorly attended dive. Like, even his tone when describing it is nothing to see here. You don't need to ask about this.
On the ground that would be like a trapdoor or anything?
You can make an investigation check if you want.
17.
Now, how much
You can
that
kind of look around the
works
floor
is
and
another
keep,
question, but I think he's
perspective
doing
from
well.
the area. No, you see some stains, you see some crumbs, and at one point you look over in the corner and you see what appears to be a piece of stale bread that's been left on one of the tables, and there are 3 rats currently eating it at once, and as soon as you kind of lean in, they all kind of stop and look at you and scatter.
Oh, you can keep going.
Could be worse. They could not be afraid of you.
That's true.
It doesn't give me the fuck you look and keep eating the bread.
That's when you know you've really found the right bar. The rats were like, we reserved this table 2 weeks ago. You have to make a phone call.
We're regulars.
The elderly barman walks in now, and he's got 2 bottles of red wine, and he's like kind of shuffling.
I'll get your cups.
He turns around and starts shuffling back.
This might take
Do
a
you
while.
need any help?
See you in 5.
I mean, we have. Oh,
It's fine.
No, just let it happen.
Okay, who do you think we proposition here? The old man or
That guy.
That guy?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Shifty eyes.
Shifty, yeah. Maybe an act even.
Yeah,
It's
shifty
just
eyes.
old, I thought. No?
Nobody's just old.
There's many things.
That's true.
I was pausing before we went to break, but if that isn't the most Vox Machina thing I've...
It's just old, I thought. No?
Nobody's just old.
If that is not the most Vox Machina comment I have ever heard, nobody's just old. Holy shit, they are defining their morality. They do have a code. Look, I'm suspicious of any NPC that seems to want to be like, out of the way. They're like, they're an assistant to the person. I'm always suspicious of them. Vox is suspicious by every old person ever. What, bird? What do you want? We're about to go to break. Might take them out for a second. Oh, man, they're traumatized by the shapeshifters. Maybe a little bit, dude. Oh, man. But yeah, I think Matt's doing a really good job with his tone and tone of description. Even like the way that he has controlled how they are talking about it in a much more comedic sense is really good tone setting to get them to not spend a bunch of wasted time here, which I think is the is similar to what he was doing by not giving them a ton of stakes and description of the town Diastok last session when they were like exploring it. By not giving that depth of description, you kind of naturally redirect your players' focuses away from it, especially if it's juxtaposed with, a very like a section of very thick description right beforehand. I was making fun of it in the notes of like, lots and lots of description of the street, which maybe that doesn't work as well on its own, but it really does work, I think, as a juxtaposed position. And also, I don't think the ads are working. I keep expecting to say the next sentence and to get cut off. I think I accidentally skipped it somehow. I kept being like, is this the one where it's going to get me? Oh, nope, never mind. Oh, is this the one where it's going to get me? No, it's not. Okay. Yeah. Yep, nope. It's done. Well, I guess we're not going to ads. Because also the dog left. She's fine, clearly. I see no spoilers. Yeah, it looks like it thought that I said no to it for some reason. I don't know why. No, well, whatever. At this point, I think you are too. More than 1K hours in and only rage quit has been over a shapeshifter. Yeah, man. I was frustrated by that. Why would these political left Los Angeles voice actors in their 20s have against the olds? Yeah, I can't imagine Cotton goes. I can't imagine. Oh my god. Anyways, all right, well, I guess we're back to it. I guess we're not doing a break. Blip.
Old.
He's many things.
That's true. Look at Pike's grandpa.
Look at Pike.
Look at me.
Look how she's
You're
ancient.
how old are you again?
142.
I said a goddamn.
Is that true?
No.
Oh. Oh, well, I guess you could be. I mean,
I forgot my birthday. I don't know how old I am.
is it in the hundreds? Because
No,
gnomes
I
can-
think it's in the 30s.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Whatever you want.
Oh, you ain't no baby.
Yeah.
The Legionman shuffles back now with like a bunch of cups. His hands kind of rung through all the various handles. He's like,
impressive.
2 gold for both bottles.
I give him 2 gold.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
In my earring, I say to Vex, I'm climbing up. You do it. You do it.
Sir,
he's walking. He goes,
on your way to the back, could you tell the many we'd like to speak to them?
he slowly turns his head over to the bartender, the woman. She kind of, what was that?
Oh, just a conversation with the many.
What about them?
My thumb into some wine and I use thieves' cant and write discuss in wine on the bar.
She kind of gives a click noise to the old man who goes,
Are you gonna take your bottles or what?
No, yeah, we'll definitely keep those.
All right, pick them up, follow me.
Yeah, do you want to hear?
Oh, we're gonna get to see the real bar.
and he turns around and shuffles out. It's like following
Oh my
a bad,
God, it's
slow NPC
C4.
aircraft. You're like, just go fucking faster. He's just, his pace is terrible. Yeah, it's awful.
Here we go. Running ahead, running around.
He's like just waiting.
Over here, adventurer.
Old school 007.
I
yeah.
need some ale.
But eventually he takes you out of the small pub, past like the unused kitchen, which has another series of stale bread clumps on the side, down to what looks to be a broom closet. And he gets there to the edge of the broom closet and pulls out a key ring and
I want to pay attention to what key he's taking. Can I take the breadcrumbs from the corner and throw it down so the rats can have it?
sure.
Yeah, I'll
So
figure
you
it
walk over in the kitchen, kind of grab some of the breadcrumbs and throw them down on the ground, and you wait there because there's no rats present. And you're like, okay, breadcrumbs. They scatter a little further out. You turn around, and the minute you turn in the area here, look over, and there's like 7 rats that just scurried out of the shadows and are just going at these crumbs immediately.
No, you can't keep one.
I killed all of them.
That's the wettest sound I know.
I nudge my sisters.
What?
All mine.
Yes, that she is.
He finally pulls one key and unlocks the small closet you paid attention to. Opens this rickety wooden door, and she goes, and just walks past and gets kind of behind the door, expectantly waiting. You guys glance into the space, and you can see there's looks to be a low torchlight about every 10 feet down a wooden stairway that descends about 30, 40 feet.
Let's go. Traps people hiding anything that seems out of place or dangerous.
It all
Traps.
seems out of
More
place.
people hiding.
Traps.
I'll look for people hiding.
Perception. Pardon, perception check. Investigation check. Yeah.
24.
24.
Crazy.
Look at that. That's disgusting.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys make your way down. No traps in the stair descent, but you make your way to the bottom of the stairs without issue. You don't see anything necessarily fishy. You do see the kind of these torches have been burning for a little bit, a couple hours, and are probably needing to be re-upped pretty soon. You guys eventually make your way down as soon as the last of you. Who's following up the rear in this, by the way? What's the marching order?
I'll go toward the front with the twin.
Interesting. The description's changing a little bit, but even here, we have this talk about torchlight, and we talk about like Matt says, like, the torches have been on for a little while now. Right here. You do see the torches have been burning for a little bit, a couple of hours. And then instead of saying something like their low flickering makes visibility a little bit more difficult than it would normally be, they throw your shadows against the wall in kind of sputtering, gasping spurts. They need to be re-upped pretty soon, or something along those lines. Or actually, not even they need to be re-upped pretty soon. Something more akin to like they clearly haven't been touched in a while, or something along those lines. But instead, we kind of get more of like, they've been burning for a couple of hours, they probably need re-up pretty soon. You can imply that, like, maybe the light's a little bit sputtery or whatever, but instead of getting the more creepy descriptive elements, we are more in a, like, managerial sense. He makes it feel more like, this is just like a shit job that like someone in the Myriad has to do. They have to go and they have to like redo the tar, and I don't know how a torch works. But even we're getting a little bit of additional description, but it is still in a very kind of almost clinical managerial sense, which is interesting. These sort of descriptions bug me. How can you tell if a torch has been lit for a little while? I have no idea. I assume that if torches run out, they wouldn't just go from like full blaze to no flame. So I would assume that you can tell based on the way that the flame is behaving more than anything. But that is a big-ass guess. I don't know.
You guys mentioned make your way down as soon as the last of you. Who's following up the rear in this, by the way? What's marching order?
I'll go toward the front with the twins.
Twins, Terry, and
The hallway here is about big enough for you to go single file.
Okay. You're gonna be behind me, Terry?
I'm in front of Grog.
please.
Yeah.
So now we're getting more strategic.
I'll be the back.
Okay, so Grog's in the very back. Keyleth, Percy.
Asking for marching order is definitely a way to make him think about it
Grog.
more.
So we'll say Grog in the back, then Pike, then Keyleth,
25,
then Percy,
20.
then Tyrion.
Yeah. And then
Next
me,
in
and then
the
back.
back. And you have protection.
Everyone has dark vision.
All right. So you guys ascend down the stairway. As soon as Grog, you make your way in, it's tiny. You have to kind of like squeeze in and duck low, and even like just walking through the pathway, your shoulders are kind of like rubbing against the sides of the wall, and your head kind of occasionally.
It's like you in Japan, baby.
I know. Taking a shower, I broke like 2 shower heads. Just turning around like.
Was it like the beds? Was that like lying down on a saltine for you?
Oh yeah. Yeah, my heels were just over like the.
He went in a McDonald's and his head hit the ceiling.
You are a kaiju.
Kaiju from the deep.
Call me Gypsy
Level
David.
7.
Okay.
Okay, wait, before we go any further.
Okay.
Wait.
Oh my god. Holy shit.
Rat check.
Before we go any further.
I want
Wait.
to make sure.
Rat
Do I have to be
For
doing a
rats.
short rest to do the inspiring leader thing?
It's 10 minutes it takes to do.
Oh, never mind.
Well, no, we could stand here for 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, please. Fucking say some words.
I'm new to the being an inspiring and leader
Yeah,
thing, so
it's 10 minutes. It's kind of like a before you know you're going to go into something. You
I should have done that at the bar.
Would it be cool if you were just stalking us all the way down here?
Yeah, that'd be
Start
great.
it now. We'll see.
Yeah,
if it's
Yeah, start it now. Just do it while we're talking.
Okay,
While we're walking.
As we walk,
We'll
we'll be
walk,
like,
real slow.
you know what, guys? Had a lot of time to think over the year that we've been away, and
The door closes behind Grog, and you hear it kind of lock.
Oh, shit.
I just, I feel like we've grown so much as people, and
Inspiring.
you guys are just.
Okay. Also saying the door closes behind Grog, you hear it kind of lock. Now we are starting to get more into what I would think of, like the sorts of things that they would need to be aware of. Matt's asking them about their marching order. We're getting more into like, be more aware of your surroundings. But Matt is still not necessarily making them be super active about it. Like, there's a scenario, I think, if this is a little bit of a higher stakes or further in on the arc, where someone asks, did I hear the door lock? And then it's a perception check. But Matt's just giving it to them. Good way to keep things moving, way to keep things going fast. And I think that's what I'm perceiving a lot in these descriptions. Matt seems to be focusing on descriptions that is going to keep the party moving and not get them too stuck on any given thing. I think it took them about 3x the time to get through the bar and into the Clasp's hideout in Iman when they went to pursue Riskel Daxio. And they were, in fiction, in far more of a rush. Like, I think it took way less time in fiction, but probably 3 to 4x the time out of fiction. Now, I could be off on that. It might just be my recollection of it, but it certainly, this feels a lot quicker. Yeah.
You're family. You're family to me, and you know, and I go on for a while. Do you guys remember that time in Stillben when we like very first met, and like we kind of all didn't really like each other, you know? And like Grog, I don't think you understood me for a while, but then like you know, Grog, do you? Yeah, that's fine. That's fair. Hey, Grog, do you remember that one time?
This is great, by the way, because at the bottom of the stairs it only goes for about 15 more feet before there's a door. There's a man on a stool who's just sitting there going.
We'll just stand there.
She'll just be like another minute.
Just a little bit.
About to find out what the inside of a bag of holding feels like.
No, she's almost done.
He's not stopping you. So
Do you remember that time that that made you? I think it was like the first time I made you laugh, and I turned into an earth elemental, and then pretended to do like a I'm going down the stairs thing through the floor.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember that? Yeah, that was I just remember that the other day, and I just love you guys so much. You know, and
I don't feel included in
just
this.
I don't think you were around yet.
No, I wasn't. I was
But
not.
I love you so much.
Okay, now I
you
feel
know?
better. That's all.
And
Any change in our bodies or anything?
I just want to say I think.
She's going for 10.
You said it had to be 10 minutes.
So as you guys are all
I think we
in the
really got
hallway,
this.
Grog at the back, you can't move forward because everyone's stopped, and you're just kind of like. All of you who wish to can take 17 temporary hit points as part of the inspiring leader feat.
Oh yeah, you want to knock you until you realize you get your hit points.
Yeah, Grog doesn't notice.
But it is your choice as to whether or not you felt inspired by that to take them.
It fills me with vigor. And I love you guys. I love you guys so much.
Grog's too uncomfortable to take them.
I just start weeping silently.
I mean, let's be honest, he wouldn't even feel the difference.
That's true, yeah. That's what Grog needs is temporary hit points.
Grog would just go,
Not showing your sensitivity.
Thanks, Kayla. Felt good.
That was really nice. Thank you so much.
beautiful.
Trip
I felt like
down
I was
memory
there.
lane.
I feel inspired.
Yeah, just thinking about it.
Oh, hey, how's it going there?
hi, friend.
You see this guy, he's tough and surly, looks like a balding man who's just like made of muscle and anger. He's sitting there with like one eye open, one a little squint, and he's
Do you
just
feel inspired?
Not the warm and fuzzy type, are you?
he doesn't seem to respond. You do hear like a series of muffled voices and what sounds like a faint like beat or some kind from the other side of the wall, just muffled.
It's the password. I am what I am. I'm not sure. It's too strange a reference. Never mind.
He begins to reach over for what looks to be a small lever that's hidden on the side.
We're here to speak to the many.
Stops.
Oh,
Fuck.
all right. We're in.
Just going in then? All right.
All right.
That word just gets us in.
So, so as you guys enter this doorway, as it pushes open, you're immediately hit with it is a wall of voices and laughter and conversation, just interweaving in multiple languages. It's kind of, this is far more lively than you expected it would be. It's a large, like a tavern hall. It's almost 2 stories tall, but it's open. There's a central circular chandelier that hangs over with mostly flickering candles in a circle around it. You can see elements of it almost like a second floor, but it's more like a slight balcony outcropping. You don't see any doorways. It's just like a level platform above. And there before you see what has to be 3 or 4 dozen people scattered across a number of tables, all in various forms of dress, and many of them are drinking. Some of them are playing games of chance. Some of them are in deep conversation. You can see the music, though this is a bad example, but it's what I have. It's not a full band per se. It looks like there's a set of 3 percussionists in the far corner that are all in the process of just weaving this almost like rhythmic beat that shifts and changes. Some of them are more like on a hand drum, some of them are more like some small percussion instruments, but it's interesting. It's not the usual bar atmosphere you're used to. It has almost a weird kind
Would
of...
you say more like Blue Man Group or more like a Subway bucket drummer?
I'd say it's in between the two, actually.
You're like, stop.
Take a little Blue Man Group, a little bit of Subway Bucket Group. It's right in between there. But you guys step into the chamber and kind of take in the atmosphere a bit, whether that be with smiles, awe, or confusion and care.
It's exactly what I
like
said.
it.
The real bar.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like this.
This is like old times.
Yes, it is.
Yes.
As you guys, as this happens, as soon as you
All
get
right,
into this conversation,
Blair,
like,
we
the atmosphere,
get it.
one of 4 bar hands sees you approach, and you see a jagged smile of a hairless man with ruddy skin that immediately comes up to you. Like,
Hey, friends, hey. New faces are few and far between here in Deerstock. Welcome to our little slice of the family, eh? What can I get you?
Well, we kind of brought bottles. That's rude,
Yeah,
isn't
but
it?
obviously the good stuff's down here.
Yeah, I know you got that shit, but put that away. We'll
Do
get you
you
right
have-
and fucked up, eh?
A Shiraz.
I'll see what I can muster.
I like these people.
So, kind of slim pickings for room here. It's a bit early in the evening. It's busy, so just find some space, sit down. If folks don't want you to sit by them, don't fucking sit by them.
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Do you see room for a large group?
You see 2 tables that have rooms for half of a large group.
All right, split up.
Split the
Why don't we
party.
ask them nicely if they would like to
No,
move.
no, let's not do that.
Yeah, no, you do that.
This
Go by yourself.
Not in this spot. No?
No, this is special.
How about the talkers go to one table
I like
and then
that. And then the defenders go to another in case shit goes bad.
All right.
I like
the
that.
defenders table? Yeah. So I'm on the talkers table.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh my god, is this episode the inspiration for C4? I heard Bolaire, we're talking about the talkers table and the defenders table. It's the Inklings are all here.
Like you guys are
Sure.
good talkers.
Right.
I'll join you.
I'm actually going to one of the room.
All right.
I'll sit with Grog and Pike.
Yeah.
Three,
Yeah.
and
Shiraz
one
time.
one on the floor.
All right.
So, what's our play here? Do we just keep saying the word many as many times as we can and see how far it goes?
This is
This is
that's
it.
that is in as
So now we say, we ask for her by name or him by name, Korshad?
Yeah. I mean, he or she may not reveal themselves too quickly.
All right.
We could buy Korshad a drink.
Might not be a single.
That is a beautiful idea.
Thank you.
All right.
Care of one.
And as the descriptive elements blow up, he focuses their attention in after that part that they didn't need to care about. They are now thinking a lot more critically and a lot more carefully about how they're going to interact in this new place and with these new people. I just fucking credit to Matt. I used to get on his narrative pacing, but I think he might have changed underneath me all of a sudden. I think he's doing really fucking well right now.
Terry and Darren.
Of course. I have just enough for a nice
Or his
drink,
descriptive
and that's it.
pacing.
Oh,
Sorry.
cover the drink, darling.
Bring the drinks in.
Party fans cover the drink. It's just in your name.
Oh, okay. All right, all right. I'm slow to catch on sometimes.
Alrighty.
Can we grab a barmaid?
Receipt.
Make sure you get it.
Well, you guys find you split between the 2 tables. You on one of the actually, funny enough, you guys sit down. One of the tables appears to be 3 guys who are in a card game. As soon as you sit down, they just kind of, and then keep talking amongst themselves more about just like taking bets, bluffing each other, giving shit about their home lives and stuff like that. The other table has looks like 4 quiet individuals that are look to be elvish lineage, either half elf or full elf. It's kind of hard to tell. They're wearing these hoods that show the ears from underneath, but then seem to block a lot of the features of the face and guard a lot of the forehead. These kind of silk hood that kind of drips down past the nose on the sides of the.
Do we recognize any kind of semblance of that
Make
garb?
a history check.
History check.
Oh, well, my history is shit, but 19?
Yeah.
19. You've seen this kind of. We haven't seen this kind of dress, but you've heard of it. It seems to be of Wildmount, but the eastern side of Wildmount, not part of the Dwendalian Empire. This more stems from Xhorhas, which is the other kingdom of the continent, and is actually kind of a tense existence along the border of the Dwendalian Empire.
Lost.
And you said it's to the east?
Xhorhas, I'm pretty sure is what it's called.
It is now.
No, it is. It's whatever it's called in the campaign guide.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Now you have to stick to what you wrote.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
No, I just have to look it up again. But anyway, as soon as you sit down at the table, the 4 individuals kind of look at each other, and then get up from the table and walk off to find another place.
Oh, wow.
Smell you, Nancy.
Now we have a full table.
Maybe some of us don't smell very good in this group. I'm not one of them, though. I smell amazing.
I smell fucking fantastic. And I'm over there. I'm going to laze about the musicians and listen to the musicians and wait for them to finish a set.
Okay. Well,
I guess so all of us can sit at the table.
all of you guys can be able to sit at the table now that you've
well, there
you've
you
kind of
go.
forced them off their own space.
Whoops.
The guys playing the card game seem to pay no mind. So as you sit down on the table, the bartender who met you here approaches and once more goes like,
All right, looks like you found a place to sit. What can I get you? Got you? Which was you asking, eh?
Really?
and he goes ahead and he pulls up looks to be a dark green bottle already uncorked, and he brings over like a hefty metallic goblet or tankard of some kind and pours it in there. It appears to be something akin to a Shiraz, I suppose. Fills it to the top, slides it forward.
All right. Drinks for anyone else, eh?
Yeah, you got any like pies or like meat or both?
To drink.
Do they not like that food?
No, probably.
I can get you a meat pie if that's what you're asking.
Yeah.
I don't recommend you drink it, though. You probably squeeze water from a stone, so it wouldn't surprise me if you could.
Hey, yeah, meat pie and an ale, please.
All right, coming on up. Anyone else?
Whiskey?
Same. We're done. Whiskey. Hey, you little one.
Well, you said you have things that'll fuck you up right. So what would that be considered?
I mean, no offense, lady, but you're a bit small side. I must give you that.
Judge.
I mean that respectfully. Look, I'm just looking out for my patrons here. I don't want to go ahead and, send someone to the local temple to get brought out of a
Bring
stupor.
people under the table.
Bring it.
All right. I'll take your word for it then. Sorry.
I'll have another Shiraz as well.
Another Shiraz.
Over the earring, Pickle, will you get me one of those as well, and don't drink it before I come back?
As a matter of fact, I want 2 of whatever that is.
All right. Come on up.
He leaves the table.
You're welcome.
Order the drink when he comes back.
Oh, the other drink. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, before he goes. Pardon me.
so that he would walk away.
Oh, yes. No, I have one more order to make.
Yes.
I'd like to buy a drink
Oh,
for
wow.
Korshan,
That was not at all.
courtesy of Tyrion Darrington.
Wow.
I'll slip him a gold.
I thought you were about to shake his hand with 2 fingers. I was like, what is that?
There's a coin between us.
Korshan, you say?
Yes.
All right.
I nudge him under the
You
table.
want what he likes, it's going to cost you more than that.
Oh.
What does he like?
Whatever it is, here's another 4, and keep another one for yourself.
Well, thank you very much. That'll put you up to your stump. We'll go ahead and settle your bills at the end of the drinks. But all right, Korshan it is.
I give Terry a 5.
What table did the bartender look at when he said that?
Make a perception check.
Oh, I was planning on like totally watching that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's say 13.
Should I roll 2?
Well, you said you were looking as well.
Well, yeah.
Roll perception,
Please,
yeah.
please.
Okay.
Roll that red card die.
30.
30, okay.
God.
You gather the direction that he glanced. He seemed to just kind of, it was a cursory look. More like checking to see if the individual in question was still in the room or not. But you got the direction of it and kind of, you know exactly where he was looking, but there were 3 tables and that way there. He leaves for a bit and the laughter is still kind of rising and falling throughout the room. The musicians in the corner, which are 2 younger human boys, what appears to be a female Goliath, who has the heavier drum in the center, who's like the mid piece, the big kind of. And the 2 guys are doing. One of them has a small set of almost like lap drums that he's hitting, the faster kind of beats, and the guy to the left of her. They could be brothers. You're not too sure. The features are similar but different enough. Ages seem off a little skew. The guy on the left has a series of small wooden blocks and what looks to be some sort of contraption that has like 3 or 4 different small percussion instruments that are all fixed to it, and so he's kind of leaping between them all. And it's, for being just percussion, that kind of variety is still making a cool melody. Like you're still able to find certain notes and certain blends where it still is very.
We better spend a lot of fucking time in this bar, man. If we're talking about the intricacies of the fucking tenors, bro. I mean, look, I'm gonna hold my tongue because I've been proven wrong so far this episode. Matt has been using the depth of description to draw his players' attentions in a little bit deeper, but describing the drums that I played in high school band are it was not on my bingo card for what we might get this episode.
Different and unique atmosphere, but they managed to bring to this crescendo of the piece that you entered on, and it finishes. There's no real. There's occasionally a couple clap here, and then most everyone's busy about their own shit, and they just. Okay.
Excuse me, players.
As they're both like looking over to grab a drink to stop, and the younger guy with kind of scruffy chin and this kind of mop of hair that's a little wild glances over to you. Yeah.
That was a
And I guarantee, without all of that description, Vax does not walk up to them. I think that's pretty intuitive. I don't think a lot of people are gonna argue about that. That like a certain level of description. Like if you just said there's a band that's playing some drum music, I don't think Vax walks up to them. Maybe he still does. It's always possible. But that level of description is definitely going to make it a lot more likely to draw your players in.
really unique piece you guys just did there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I've only ever heard music like that one time, and it wasn't here. It wasn't in this city. It was actually in Amon. What was his name? Dranzel. It was a musician named Dranzel. This is a long shot, but you haven't come across a Dr. Dranzel in your travels? I've always wanted to hear him play again.
Can't say I have, sir. My apologies.
Oh, shit.
Sorry.
It's okay.
You guys heard of Dr. Dranzel? And the other guy goes, nope.
Orcish,
And they-
stylish hats.
The Goliath woman's sitting there, and she's just kind of staring off across the room and goes, no.
I love it.
Sorry, friend.
All right.
I'm
Play
keeping
on.
an eye on the side of the room that he glanced in, looking for anybody going and delivering drinks to the
Okay.
table. Just kind of.
You watch the gentleman who has been getting your guys drinks, and he's in the process of getting all of your various drink orders and pouring what you've requested. And he does come to a point where he gets this one
it's like a fine jeweled goblet that he has specifically set off to the side. He takes it and washes it and takes care to like clean it entirely and dry it off. And once it's set there, he reaches underneath, kind of counting a few bottles, pulls one drink, uncorks it. It's this thick, kind of like dark brown glass jug. As he uncorks it, he kind of pours it into there, somewhat knocks it over, grabs another thing, seems to be mixing it with something else. He's being very careful with the actual amounts he's pouring. Finishes that, takes a piece of an orange, kind of crushes it in the inside and leaves the rind inside, and takes it and kind of swishes it for a second, and walks over to a table across the entire hall, kind of where you even saw him glance before.
One sex on the beach.
He walks over to a table where you see appear to be about 5 different patrons at the table. Most of them wealthily dressed. 2 of them appear to be older mercantile or business owners. They wear their jewelry on their hands, very, very extravagantly and displaying both wealth and prestige. To an ostentatious way that most like high-end guild workers or owners tend to display. You're very familiar with the caste systems that have emerged in a lot of these central metropolitan areas, and so you can very easily pick up some of those themes. 2 of them appear to be, as a contrast, very simply dressed. No jewelry. You can't make out any details from this distance, and there's one man who he hands the drink to. He sits down in front of him and slides it forward. The man you see there, he's deep brown skin, marked with appear to be a number of tattoos that kind of curl up his arms and up the side of his neck and touch his ears on each side. He's wearing light, billowing clothes of silver and maroon silks that kind of ended about the elbow and then just kind of hang and billow beneath, leaving the rest of his arm completely visible, where you can see the tattoo continues up the forearm and kind of grasps the back of the hand, almost like he has a gauntlet on that's just his skin. You see around him just a series of gold and silver bracelets and rings that adorn his fingers. His face is framed by a lion's mane of black and gray dreadlocked hair. And because your perception check at this distance and your ranger-like eyes, you can see what you perceive to be a visible scar on his throat from ear to ear. He's currently in a conversation with the patrons at the table, kind of leaning back in his chair in a comfortable setting, and as soon as the drink is...
Can I read his lips?
Sure. Well, the drink arrives and gets pushed forward, and you read the barkeep's lips as he says, this drink is a gift to you from patrons on the other side of the place. And this individual, which you assume at this point is probably Korshad, just kind of gives him a look and goes, And he points right over to your table across the room. You watch as Korshad kind of sits up, glances over your direction, sees you looking at him directly. Takes the drink, scoots it over next to his side, and then folds his fingers and goes right back into kind of listening to the conversation of the patrons. And the barkeep who's standing there is kind of... Right. And then goes back to the bar, gathers the rest of your guys' drinks, and brings them slowly over to your table. Passes it down and says, all right, we've got second Shiraz for you there, sir. We've got whiskey and a whiskey. We've got an ale and a meat pie for you. And you will... Then he brings up these 2 mugs. They're like just simple ceramic mugs. They're just kind of dark and handcrafted. And he sloshes them up to you. And as you see inside, most ale has a good liquidy content. This has a very kind of syrupy, thick texture to it. And he slides both forward and goes, don't expect you to drink both those back to back.
Well, that's not up for you to decide, my friend. Get on the earring. Hey, String Bean, your drink is here.
Yeah, and Saren Ray will know if you drink it before I get back, so just hold on to me.
Well, I can't make any promises.
And he leans forward and goes,
Point of corruption.
This here is the change bringer's nectar. You sip this, slowly.
Change bringer's nectar.
Ooh.
I know.
That
sounds awesome.
Walk past the diplomat's table, and I'm gonna kind of like run my hands on
Well, you guys are all at the same table now.
Oh, we're at the same table?
Yeah, because one table got up as soon as you sat down. They were like,
so
nope.
we scooch together?
Yeah.
Diplomatic immunity.
Okay, then I'm just gonna like
Diplomatic immunity.
kind of lean into Vex and give her an enhanceability on her charisma.
Take that.
Needs it.
Okay.
What other
What does that
abilities
mean?
do you
You
enhance?
get advantage
On charisma
checks, yeah,
Oh, there.
on checks.
I like it.
Her like cleavage gets a little nicer, her hair
can't
gets
get
a little
any nicer than it
fuller.
already is.
Yeah.
Very fair.
All said out loud.
Well, it can, but you have to feed into it.
Which one of those 2 is Vax's? Which one of those 2 belongs to Vax?
Possible.
Oh, that one. I'm taking a sip of it.
Take a sip.
Please,
It's
we
very
have to.
thick.
It's very thick, and it's sweeter than you expected, but it has a definite burn that grows and grows after drinking it, and it's syrupy. It's syrupy, but because of its syrupy texture, as it goes down, it also coats and numbs everything as it touches.
Percy, I saw that you have to buy me a whole nother drink.
That's fine. I put my whiskey in its place and take the whole cup.
No, motherfucker, that's not what I said. I was going to drink that one after
That works out. That's fine.
Oh,
I wanna
start with
try
me,
it.
Frederick
How
Stein.
do you? Are you sipping it?
I'm sipping it.
Okay.
I'm doing as the locals do.
Feel that.
Enjoying it how he told me.
And you get the sense it's probably a good thing.
Yeah.
This is
It burns.
yeah. It's almost like I would say it's maple syrup Everclear.
Gross.
Less. That sounds exciting.
Meat pie.
Meat pie's pretty good.
That's pretty good.
That makes me want an empanada right now. Right?
Role playing, guys.
Oh man.
Sadly, no empanadas in DSW.
No, empanada.
Why isn't he coming over here? Should we send another drink?
No,
Let's
we
sing
shouldn't.
maybe
He's in the middle
two
of a
this time.
conversation
Gets to
right
sit
now.
and enjoy his drink.
Let him take some time.
Should we send him a change bringers next year?
Oh no. Oh no, Pike.
I only had like 3 drinks, 3 sips.
Keep going.
Just tiny sips, tiny.
They were so small.
Drink some, maybe some water too in between each
Okay.
Here's water. It's
Maybe
called
some
ale.
meat
That's
pie.
whiskey. That's supposed to be. Never mind. Go ahead.
Hey, who's the change bringer? Does anyone know? I feel
Yep,
like this
he brings
drink is
change.
inspired. Can I like do a check to?
Make a religion check.
Aw, that's not. I'm not good at this. Pike, you know gods.
Let me see if I know.
Change maker.
If I know a
check?
change
Gives you 10
bringer.
copper for every silver.
Oh please, I don't. I have no idea. I definitely have zero
No, you
idea.
don't.
If I can think of it.
Think of zip.
Think of it.
Think of zip.
14.
It's really not that hard. The change bringer is Avandra. It's
Is who?
Avandra, one of the gods of the pantheon.
Oh.
Um, she,
Well, yeah, I mean, of course we knew that.
Yeah. The change bringer is the that looks over luck, looks over adventure, travel, the open road, that kind of basics. That's as much as you can glean from your passing knowledge of the deity. Since you're not a woman of faith, obviously you don't know much beyond that.
No. It just sounded fancy.
Sounded so fancy.
I don't know.
Yeah. Kind of the goddess,
don't
or
know about deities.
she's also known as the she who makes the path.
Hey, Terry.
Yes. Is it time? Should I go
Just
over
calm
there?
down. This is mainly what I'm trying to tell you right now. Stop being so weird.
Do you want to
She who
sip of change
finds
bringers?
the
No.
It might actually help you.
Just like one.
Do what we do anytime there's trouble. Just sit down, pay attention, and do everything she says.
And don't look sneaky.
Have a sip of this. It'll
All right.
Yeah, seriously, just have a little sip. Just a little sip. It's always good, to
right.
relax your nerves.
Loosey goosey.
Two
Yeah,
tablespoons.
yeah.
I'll take my helm and just sort of cock it to the
Yeah,
side. a little
jauntily.
bit.
That's good. Yeah.
jaunty.
Just get,
Okay,
it-
now I feel like I'm on a listing ship.
What's your confident face look like?
Oh, let's
More tongue, little further.
That's so confident.
Little higher eyebrow on the right side.
Okay, maybe stop. I'm just saying he's gonna look over here at any moment. I'm keeping an eye on good old Korshad and
Okay.
seeing if he looks over here. I also want to see if I can catch his lips and see what he's talking about over on the side there.
And I would like to look around the room and make sure that other people aren't watching us, or if so, where in the bar they are.
Good
Make a
call.
perception check.
And I would like to make my way over to the Goliath woman.
Okay. So you've been walking that direction.
Never mind.
Vex.
That'll go well.
Couple things. One, you notice that Korshad, well, it seems to be mostly being talked at, or at least just listening to a conversation. When he does speak, he leans in and does this.
Of course, he
wow.
fucking
Like
dies.
you get the sense he's a very guarded man, and this is not his first rodeo.
Okay.
So he speaks through his fingers.
I do too.
That's just one.
Her.
But he's not. But he doesn't
Mimic
appear to look
Vex.
over at your table again. He does. He seems to have acknowledged the drink, is enjoying it slowly, and is back enthralled by the conversation at his table.
All right.
What'd you roll?
25.
25. What did you say you were gonna
Mimic Vex.
do? Okay. You both just cover your mouths.
What are you doing?
I'm following your lead.
Just don't. You don't have to do that.
Okay.
Just
Does this one still work? We can do this one.
Yeah, that one's good.
This
Just
still
this.
good? Yes, just there.
We're so
Is
weird.
this good?
Come on.
This is interesting. So Avandra art is awesome. I will not look it up. So I think the descriptive depth definitely during this episode has seemed to be very in line with how quickly Matt wants to get through a scene. I think he's handling that very well. Clearly, he has no intention of getting through this quickly. I do wonder at why, like, they've sort of exhausted all of the things that they were told they could do. And so it makes me question what he expects Vox Machina to do, or if the kind of assignment is like, to see if they can be chill for a little while. Like, purposefully make them wait a little bit, not only in fiction, because you can establish them waiting in fiction with, you know, a 1 hour later, right? What does he expect? Like you can actively narrate that you know, he keeps them waiting for a long time, if that's the main thing to accomplish. What does he expect the players to do right now? Or is it a little bit of a test of, like, you put the bull in the china shop and it knows, you know, that it just needs to sit there and wait? And you see if it knocks over anything in the meantime? Like, I don't know. I understand, you know, and you guys are calling it out, I think, very appropriately, of like, yeah, like, you know, Korshad's kind of icing him out. Makes sense for the pacing, etc. But yeah, I wonder what DM Matt is even, what he thinks they are about to do. Because he is not giving them anything. In fact, he's actively anti-giving them things by acknowledging that Korshad saw them, acknowledged them, and is now not going to interact with them. He has taken away that. So is this a test? Is this a test to see, do they need to do more? Do they think they need to do more? I don't know. I'm interested to see what they do and how Matt reacts to it, because I don't know what he as a DM is expecting for them to do right now. I would more expect this to be a 2 hours later skip.
Is this cool? That's it, Pike. Pike's got it.
Right?
Oh my god.
This is not as hard as I
He's
thought.
definitely going to come over and talk to us now. I can feel it. It was so cool.
This is a lot of drink that I seem to have taken on.
That. Glancing about the chamber, you know, there was a secondary platform. It didn't have any like doorways to rooms, but there was just an upper kind of walkway across the room on both ways. Yeah, there are about 6 figures on each one.
6 on each one.
That they're all kind of sitting there with wearing leather armor, mostly covered by a cloak. And you glance up and you can see underneath at least 2 of the cloaks what appear to be the shape or outline of a crossbow, just at the ready.
12 of them? 12 men?
I just really.
Okay. And now maybe telling the bull the consequences if it breaks the china?
Laid to the group quietly, yes. Packing, yeah. 12 or so above us all, so, you know. No sudden movements.
The music picks up again, Grog, as you're walking over.
Yep.
The next piece is occurring, and you can see now the previous one had a somewhat kind of frenetic tribal beat. This one has more of a scattered, if I could say, percussion jazz sense. It tends to have multiple changes. Yeah, if you could. You haven't heard the jazz timpani before. It's fantastic. But it's more of an improvisational piece. You can see where they're each building off of each other, and then one will make a change, and the others will shift with it. And you don't notice this because you really don't care.
No.
But anybody who had musical interests would be able to pick up on this. But you walk up and you see the Goliath woman who...
I just want everyone to note it, because I'm not going crazy. That Matt just gave a deep description that he then informed the player that they do not notice or care about. What the fuck are we doing here, bro? What are we doing? I don't know if Matt is just getting distracted, if this is on purpose. I don't know what's going on here, bro. This is a weird scene. And like, I'm riding the train. I'm on board with it. But I'm thinking about what would I do as a player in this scenario? And it is probably just narrate that I drink until Korshad, like watching for Korshad to call me over. I think. I'm trying to put myself in their place, and I think that's where I would go with it. What I would, and if it's like as a DM, I don't know, because I feel like Matt has something purposeful he's doing here, and I cannot figure it out for the life of me. So I'm sure that it's like plot relevant or specific. Also, thank you for the raid, Elfire Eva. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We're watching episode 98 of Critical Role. And this is a weird scene. I'm like half in, half out of it.
Most of the Goliath women you come across, their lifestyle leads to a somewhat either very, very short kept or very, very tightly bound hair, as just the coarse hair of the Goliaths tends to kind of mat up very thickly when living in the wild, such as your tribe did.
There's a palpable difference, really. Maybe this is just a mental difference. At least in my head, there's not a super big difference in what my character is doing in either of those scenarios. It is waiting at the table, drinking, and watching Korshad.
This Goliath female hair is really well kept, actually, and it's almost shining, which catches you off guard entirely. She's not tattooed, and appears to be just in a trance as she's in the process of drumming away, not even looking at the two of her compatriots or any patron. She's just kind of just spacing out and is currently enraptured by the music she's creating.
Are there any weapons around her feet or where she's sitting or playing?
Make a perception check.
3.
She has very nice boots, and as a man who has made boots in the past, you can acknowledge those are very well made boots.
Me, Grog.
I just love the alacrity that Travis goes to 2-3. It's so good.
You play good.
The head kind of slowly turns, and the eyes kind of focus for a second, and the kind of dim, kind of snowblind looking pupils, and gives you a nod.
Nice hair.
It kind of turns a little to the side.
If you...
Tell her she has nice boots, Grog.
What?
Tell her she has nice boots.
Nice boobs.
Big drum hit, and her part of the song comes to a halt.
Boots.
The two other bits of music can kind of like alter but continue the beats, and they go kind of look at her, and she's...
Boots. Not nice boots. Bidet. And I go back to the group.
Okay. As you walk back to the group of dejected backs, since you're the one who's paying attention most of the time, you notice the Goliath kind of, she gets a small grin on the side of her face and continues to get back to the drums. Anyway.
Chimed in. Look at you.
Nice work, Bergerac.
But Grog doesn't see it.
I'll be the Cyrano.
All right, so what's the next order of business, guys?
Well,
Is that conversation breaking up?
I mean, that's what I kind of just planned on doing, is waiting out that conversation. I in no way want to interrupt it.
Yeah. About 20 additional minutes go by. Another round is bought at the table, with Korshad still slowly, very carefully sipping the drink that you guys bought for him. Doesn't appear to be slowing, doesn't appear to be breaking. You can keep waiting if you want.
I want to get one of those fancy drinks for myself and see what it is.
You mean the Korshad drink or the...
Yeah, no, the Korshad drinks.
Korshad drinks, okay.
I would assume you've already had
Not one of the
this
decks.
stuff at this point. We've been sharing
Yeah,
it
I
around.
passed it
This is
around.
too much for a human being
a
to
lot.
handle.
Do you go to the bar or do you call?
I will say, and we'll see if this is if this is Matt's strategy or not. In a sequence like this, where, Korshad is icing him out, or they need to wait, or, something that time needs to pass unless the players actively make it to where that's not the case, right? I do think as a DM, you need to pre-prepare the sort of time segments that you're going to use here. So are you going to do it to where, like, if they say they're going to wait, they just wait until something interesting happens, and you make it not like a set time chunk that has its positives and negatives? Positives, it's really fast at the table. Negatives, it might end up with them being them waiting far longer than they feel their characters would have. Alternatively, you can go to a more static time step, which Matt did just do a 20-minute jump here. So is Matt's plan to do 20-minute jumps? Is it to do a 20-minute and then an until interesting? Or is it that they need to do something? I feel like everything I've gotten up to this point has led me to believe that they should not go up to him out of turn. That's the entire vibe that I have gotten so far. Maybe it's not the case. But I think you need to sort of decide if by default, like if the players do nothing, time just needs to pass before, you know, an inciting incident will kind of occur and sweep them along with it. You need to figure out how you're going to pass that time. One big jump, staggers, how are you going to do it? I think what it seems like to me is that Matt is opting for wait 20 minutes. If they say they don't want to do anything else, they want to keep waiting, then they will wait until something interesting happens. That's my gut instinct as to what he's doing here, which I don't think is crazy. It allows them one opportunity to get in a round of actions or to not commit too much to waiting. But if they really do want to commit to it, then we can skip really quickly with the time at the table. The only problem is, well, you know, potential problem is that if you're not necessarily trying to nudge them into action, I absolutely think that this sort of breakup implies that they should do something right now and that waiting is not the right answer. I don't think it implies it, you know, super, super hard, but I think it's an incredibly reasonable interpretation of what he's trying to get them to do. Maybe he wants them to approach, but it seems like they think it's not their place to do so. I definitely think it's not their place to do so. That's the interpretation I'm riding with right now. I would assume the players did need to go to him. Maybe this is why my players sometimes misinterpret my intentions. Possibly, yeah. I don't know. I mean, I think the fact, the real underlying thing for me that is really leading how I'm interpreting the scene is that Howard told them about how he did it, like how it was successful for him. And in his description, which has worked so far, like everything that Howard told them has worked, he did not include going up to Korshad after the drink. So my assumption is that they are just supposed to wait. And it's definitely something good to think about, you know, if the players are making it up as they go, their decision-making is going to be very different than if they are essentially following instructions that someone else gave them. I think the way I'd do it as Matt at this point is reducing the interval. If he wants to make them walk up there, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, another minute, another. And if he wants the opposite, then increase the interval. I think those are definitely viable. I think especially the like another minute. I think you can really I don't know if I would decrease the interval if I want to like encourage action, but I would definitely opt for a small interval to start. And then in my description of time passing, I would make it sound very dreary. Like 20 minutes pass, 40, 60, hour 20, he's just working on that drink. Hour 40, hours, 2 hours. Some people are getting up and leaving. Some, new crops of people are coming in. No one at his table is leaving. 2 hours 20. Yeah. That, if I'm trying to encourage them into action, I'm mostly doing it, I think, through a short interval and the sort of tone that I'm portraying this as. If I don't want to encourage action, I'm jumping from the 20 all the way up to a big interval. I'm jumping up to like hour-long intervals. And I'm taking on a much more clinical tone, probably. With Vexy's class background, I'd have Liam roll insight with advantage to clue them on weight versus approach. You know, John, I think that's fair. I think that is somewhat off the table if you're Matt in this case, because of what we've been talking about, earlier in this stream and last stream of Matt is really hesitant to encourage action in that sort of way. So him just like kind of offering them a check out of nowhere, I think that's valid. I think that is an approach that can work at your table, depending on kind of the rest of the tone that you're setting with your DMing style. But I think that would be a little bit too above the table for Matt's taste. Which is, it is one of the downsides because of Matt's taste and of Matt's style is that you have to allow them to come to conclusions. You can't offer them, in a way, a bit of a shortcut or a bit of guidance, even if it's guidance that they would reasonably have, right? I think this is an incredibly reasonable take that Vax would have a sense for this sort of thing. But I think Matt's style sort of precludes offering that. And that is a bit of a downside to it. It means that you get stuck in situations where you have to allow them to like voice it out loud and can only support it once they've voiced it. Yeah. I wonder if it was different because Howard was a known entity and Korshad knew what he could get out of the deal. With VM, he might be thinking, who the fuck are these randos? I mean, super possible. And that is maybe something that Matt is wanting them to determine, or is, that is what Matt is thinking in his head. But that's definitely the basis for my decision making if I'm a PC in this. And maybe after enough waiting, I might think through that sort of scenario. Maybe not. Matt didn't say, did the barkeep say it's from Taryn Darrington? I think it was more along those folks over there. But, yeah, if Liam asks, then he might say advantage, but he won't bring it up himself. Yeah. Which is, I think there's a ton of advantages to that style. I think that it makes the entire world feel more grounded. I think it absolutely makes the story feel less linear. Even when it is, like, however linear it is, I think this Matt's style makes it feel less so. It makes it feel more open, like they have more autonomy in how things play out. But it does sometimes hamstring your options as the DM, even if the players are missing something that their characters wouldn't. Yeah. I doubt Matt would penalize them as the bartender for no real reason. You don't.
I'll go up to the bar. We don't know his name, do we? The bartender's name?
You haven't asked him yet, no. I mean, there are a few bar hands that walk around, but the one that you've been going with, you can go ahead and catch his eyes, you go to the areas.
Oh, hey, do you need something?
Of course, I didn't catch your name.
Oh, Wentz.
Wentz, thank you so much. Could I grab another of those fabulous 5 gold drinks there that you brought to our friend?
Oh, you want Shalon's Embrace? Okay. You sure about that?
I don't know. What is it?
It's an acquired taste. It's made from a very long distilled, like 40-year processing of a heavy mint leaf. And that, when it's been very, very thickly fermented, it's mixed in with this sort of very sour port base. It's been repeatedly funneled and sifted until it's become almost thick in its own right. And that's mixed together with a few other sugars and a bit of a splash of fruit. It's, honestly, I think it tastes pretty shitty, but it's what he likes, so.
I'm gonna give it a go.
All right then. I'll go.
Yeah, I know, right?
Goes and makes the drink for you again. brings
Slowly
you-
but surely marking little amounts off this party fund, y'all.
You make some more money.
However, it does not bring in the same glass. It brings you in a regular glass.
To pay the accent.
And you get the sense that maybe the glass that was filled is
I figured it's his own.
his own.
Yeah.
But it's delivered, and it's different.
Yeah.
It almost has a weird, like a mushroomy flavor to it. Like the fermentation that's involved in the processing of this is not the type of alcohol you'd expect. It's a little musty. But it's functional and has an aftertaste that comes to a very strong mint, kind of almost like a wintergreen afterwards.
nice.
It's very strange.
It's like brushing your teeth,
Mixture.
only you get drunk.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, in fact, actually, elements of it kind of taste like having orange juice after brushing your teeth.
Foul.
Yeah, it's a little rough at times.
What are you learning about the man by what he
Learning
drinks?
that he probably has minty fresh breath.
Oh, really?
Maybe you should cheers him from afar so he can see you're drinking it.
Yeah, but mine's in an ugly cup.
Oh, it's in a. They didn't give you the same cup.
I have
It's his
nice
cup.
cups.
It's his cup.
Oh, because
Do you want a jewel encrusted chalice?
Do you have one?
Yeah.
Pull it up.
I'm like fucking Bed Bath & Beyond in this bitch. Jewel encrusted chalice.
Do you really have a jewel infested?
Yeah.
You do in your fucking.
Yeah, not anymore. It's getting mugged off now.
We've been playing D&D for a
Sweet.
long
I'm
time,
gonna
you
clean that
guys.
shit out. Pour it in.
The interior of that bag looks like those like Pirates of the Caribbean ride. It's a little weird in there.
And it is
From 72.
it is a silver and pewter chalice that contains a number of multicolored gems embedded along the sides, going towards the base.
This is just gorgeous.
It's Little John will be proud. It's beautiful.
Tyrion,
What?
you drink out of this one.
That drink?
Yeah, you're the one that bought him the drink. You look like you're drinking it too.
All right. Pinky out.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right.
How's it? You like it?
I love it. It's terrible. I know. I'll just laugh way too loud. And then she said to me, "That's not armor."
About another 20 or so minutes pass in the tavern.
Oh shit. We're here a long time.
Some folks have entered since then, some have left. I mean, the patrons that are here don't seem to be, there isn't a lot of switching in and out, but it seems like most of the folks here come here fairly often at the end of the day, whether to go about their business or to unwind. But
It's about 20 minutes later. Some patrons are coming in and out. Blah, blah, blah. Roop. Oh, man. Not quite as long as I might have elongated it. Also, I tried to take another ad break. We'll see if it actually ends up happening. Oy, oy, oy. Actual Poe shows don't stick their pinkies out? What is a Poe show? A Poe show? Like a Pogo? Like a... Oh, wait! Like a posh... Oh. What's up? We're back. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Let's get right back into it.
But no one seems to be approaching you. No one's crossing your path.
Fudge.
I'm so bored.
Can I go over and talk to Wenz one more time?
Sure. He catches attention. He comes back to the table as you step up and start in his direction. Hey, another round, eh?
Actually, no. I give him 2 gold, 5 gold. I give him 5 gold.
Ow.
Oh, all right. You want another one of the...
No, I'd rather not. No, I was just wondering. Do you know how long Korshad usually hangs out here every night?
Varies. Usually, he'll probably be here for another hour or so.
Always with the same company or different people?
Varies. They've been here most of the afternoon, so.
Oh, wow. Would you mind going over to him and just letting him know that the gentleman who bought him the drink would love a moment of his time?
Oh, all right.
Terry and Darrington, he needs to know the name.
Okay, I will,
Looks at the gold and goes,
all right. I will.
No rush. But make sure it happens.
you see he noticeably gets a little nervous and walks over, and as you get back to the table to join your compatriots, okay, as you're watching, he actually has to kind of like psych himself up. He's like, he approaches and then kind of turns around and stops for a second and then like goes up to the table again and kind of stops himself and kind of gets the gumption up this time and goes to the table, and you see him talking to Korshad, who at this point has kind of his hand on the tip of the drink, glances up at him, looks over at the table again.
I walk over and put my hand on Tyrion's shoulder and just keep eye contact with Korshad.
You see a smile creep slowly across Korshad's face and puts a hand up and kind of immediately you can watch as Wentz, who's in the middle of talking and expressing this, just kind of quickly darts away. Korshad gives a point to the rest of the guys at the table, and you watch his lips say, "Excuse me a moment." And he stands up.
Make some room, make some room. Grog, leave.
No. I screw with Grog. Wow, we are so awkward.
We get up and I get up.
I keep standing.
I get
I'm
up
just
as
gonna
well
keep
with Grog.
standing.
Oh, I have to pee. Do you want to go pee? Yeah, let's. Yeah.
As Korshad's walking across the room, you, Vax, you do watch as all the individuals that are on the upper platform all just watch him go through the room and are now seeing the table and where they're standing, and the intention is very strongly on what is about to transpire here.
So far, just eyes, though.
Yeah, and I start paying attention to the room as well with Grog.
Okay.
So he's the big guy. He's that guy.
Grand Poobah here.
Korshad walks his way.
The earring?
That was Liam.
Okay.
Yeah.
Korshad walks his way over to the table, and you can see as he walks through, occasionally somebody at a nearby table kind of glance over and see him and kind of stop and watch him. And very quickly, you get the sense that he's definitely one of the more powerful figures that seems to come in and out of this establishment. He approaches the edge of the table, still kind of holding the cup from the upper lip. There's like a lip at the very edge that he kind of keeps clasped with his fingers as it kind of drifts there in front of him, and he occasionally sips from it that way as he walks towards you. Comes up to the edge of the table. Do you mind if I sit here?
Oh, please join us.
He sits down, places the cup on the table.
So, my man Wentz tells me that you're requesting my presence.
Yes. For the sake of this, I'm gonna move my hands, but just know my hands are here the whole time.
Okay.
I'm sure you're familiar with Tyrion here.
Terry Darrington, of the Darrington family.
I have not had the pleasure, but I know of you.
And you are familiar with his father as well.
Quite.
We've heard tell of, bless you, sorry, recent situations with his family and you.
And?
And we were hoping we could come to...
What agreement do you have proposed?
Well, I don't know if you've heard of Vox Machina.
Okay, so we're just progressing totally normally. It doesn't seem like that was the... I don't think that was like the one correct line to get there, which makes me think this was a bull in a china shop sort of test, where there were probably many correct solutions, and Matt was testing how patient and how kind of poised they would be when the solution that they were given didn't immediately work. Because this so instantly worked and instantly got resolved. Like, it makes me think that Matt had the sort of concept that Korshad was not going to engage them just off of the drink. They would need to do something more, and he just didn't have it in mind for what they would do, and was just going to see if they would make an ass out of themselves or not. Which is not a crazy test, I think. Especially for people at Vox Machina's, for characters and players at Vox Machina's level and experience. It's certainly something that they don't normally encounter, but yeah. Maybe the NPC just didn't pick up on that the drink was an invite to talk. Oh, I mean, in fiction, I think we can justify this in a dozen different ways. Yeah, he didn't pick up that it was the invite. I think someone brought up earlier that he may not have visually recognized Terry, but he would have visually recognized Howard. It could be that the person that gave Howard the instructions was themselves working with the Myriad, and so it was more of a pre-planned code. It's not like, or it's more of a one-time code thing where Korshad knew, oh, Howard Darrington is going to do this, and that will be the signal to go and meet with him. Not necessarily, this is the standard way to get a meeting. There's a dozen different ways I think we can work this out in fiction. And out of fiction, I think that Matt was seeing how they handled the need to improvise getting a meeting with this guy. Even if they got all the way into the bar, but then they had to go that one step further. A little bit of a social encounter in that way. I don't think it was the intended solution. Yeah. Like this NPC is a mind reader and didn't know they were here to talk. Yeah. If it was a bull situation, I'm not personally a fan of it. I like it more if Matt just didn't want to waste more time and thus gave in. I mean, that is also possible. I think that's a possible read, that there was an intended solution somewhere within this. Or that Matt did intend for them to just wait for a long time, but then as they were in it, he wasn't feeling it. He didn't feel like it was fun or interesting, and so he skipped ahead when Laura gave him the opportunity. That's also possible out of game. I think that's a reasonable view. Big bar room to go with Big Rock, etc. I wouldn't put this in Big Rock territory. I think Big Rock is never gonna do you wrong. I think this was fine. Like, I know that I, justified it as a potential social encounter. But even in that more generous view of it, I think it's fine. I don't know. I think it's a thing you can do. It's not necessarily... I think it has a pretty low upside and a pretty substantial downside. I don't think we got either of the extremes in this one. I think this one resulted in just like a somewhat slightly boring interlude that we got out of relatively quickly. Yeah. So I wouldn't put this in Big Rock territory. Big Rock territory is pure positive for me, fella. The out of fiction stuff would bug me if it is what you're saying. This is one where I think there are a few possibilities, and it was weird, so it's a little bit hard to tell because of how quickly it wrapped up. Yeah. I'm mostly just not a fan of giving the players nothing to bounce off of. He seemed very deliberately keeping the guy from even approaching them, which only really served to waste time in practice. If that was the actual design goal, why? I mean, the I guess defense I would give of it is that you can argue that it is a challenge in a game like this or in a scenario like this to be patient and allow time to be wasted, and that is in and of itself a challenge to the players, and it's just testing essentially a different virtue. It's not, logic or charisma or tactics. It's testing patience. Patience. Now, that defense given, there's a lot of shit you can test in D&D and TTRPGs. I think patience is not necessarily high on my list. I think I would rather keep things a little bit more action-oriented, action-forward. So that's a big reason that I would not opt in this direction, if that is the actual case. If this was meant to test their patience or test their delicateness, right? How delicately can they move through this? I think that's fine. It's just really low on my list because of I think it has a much higher chance of going into boring territory than many other types of social tests. Plus side, a novel way for Matt to do an NPC are experimenting. Fair enough. I'll give that. I'll give that. Absolutely. That this is a somewhat atypical way to interact with an NPC. Vox rarely needs to be delicate like this. Now, I think the results of the experiment would maybe lead me towards, not going down this route further in the future. But it's data. So yeah, I definitely won't be too harsh on it because it is definitely new and different. The PCs aren't the center of the world and a drink doesn't guarantee an immediate conversation. Yeah.
Trade in a great many things, information being one. And I am well aware of who you are.
And I'm well aware that someone like you could find a good use for someone like us.
Are you offering your services?
Potentially. If it could help clear the Darrington name.
You're not wrong. I myself am the keeper of the deeds. I consider the Darrington estate a long-growing loan that is now ripening. You see, our community here thrives on a principle that other syndicates in Alexandria lack. Patience.
Oh!
I've been letting this...
So, I think I might know what Matt was going for. And you know what? It's boring, but I'll at least give it to him that it has a more thematic tie-in than I thought it would. I'll go pretty neutral on that one because I do think it's boring, but boringness in the pursuit of bolstering a theme. It's not the worst thing in the world. Kind of reminds me of A Name Is Earned. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Okay. Well, they're patient. Established.
Stew for a very, very long time. So, if you wish to make any sort of dent in this debt, the task will have to be equally monumental.
Well, I can make magical items if there's something that you need made or enchanted. We have other members of the group that do different things. We have a fine tinkerer if you need something made for you. Vexia is an excellent shot if she could put on an archery show or something, if that would be something worthwhile to you. You know, if that will help ease the debt. I know my family owes you quite a bit of money.
230 gold. 1,000 gold, if we're hearing correctly.
You are correct, for the time being.
And might I inquire, as it is my family's debt, what is the timetable on that? I mean, will you be coming to collect anytime soon?
I have given your father a date of 6 months to pay this debt. If it is not paid, then the deeds, as agreed upon many years ago, transition to my name entirely. I am not going to kick your family into the street. I am not a terrible man. But I will be possessing all of your belongings.
Will they be in any physical danger?
No. Not unless they put up a fight.
But a man of... Well, I don't know much about you, but I assume you would much rather have the cash than have to own property and manage it.
Both have their uses.
All right.
So would the Darrington simply work for you?
The family, I will happily give them time to find whatever place they can afford to live, or leave the city entirely. It is not my business. However, I will be taking over the farms, I'll be taking over the business, I'll be taking over the estate. Most of the assets within, they'll become property of the Myriad.
Well, that's where I think we could come to an arrangement. We're not particularly invested in the power structure here. We're here for sentimental reasons. The estate. And just enough property to maintain a modest comfortability. We don't really care what happens to the fortune so long as your family's taken care of.
Yes, I guess.
You keep your house, you keep your things, you keep a little bit of property to manage.
Sure.
What do you think?
Well...
I mean, they did make this bed.
Are you...
I'm suggesting to you that maybe...
Also? Okay. I am... I'm imagining myself being Matt in this and being like, fuck, I didn't notice that they did not have a plan about what they're going to offer the Myriad. And now they are talking about all of this in front of the Myriad. Is there a way that I can justify the criminal syndicate not taking massive advantage of this clear weakness? Is there a way I can justify keeping this Myriad member at this table? Because they are wasting his time currently. Because they did not have a serious proposition. And honestly, I'm thinking to myself as the DM, the reason that they don't have a serious proposition is in part because I skipped them through the travel sequences where they would have talked about this. I actively encouraged them to go faster. And now we are at a point where I wish they had gone a little slower and had determined a plan ahead of time, because now I don't know how to make the NPC to react to this. I'm not saying this is like panic mode by any means, but I am definitely starting to like the gears are turning on in my head as a DM right now. I am not just playing the NPC anymore. I am thinking, the players are doing something that they probably shouldn't be doing, but it's sort of my fault. How do I manage that? Yeah. Having this conversation at normal volume directly in front of Korshad is a choice. But it's also kind of Matt's fault. It is at least influenced by Matt's choices. Choices that seemed very reasonable to me at the time. This is a great example. Sometimes you just, don't think about shit as a DM. You don't think about the fact that they don't have a plan on what to offer the Myriad. And now they are debating a plan right in front of him. And that's not... that's certainly an amount of weakness that is being shown. I have a very specific question at this point, but I'm going to be good and not say it out loud because I can't 100% remember if it's a vague memory of reality that's leaking in which case it'd be a spoiler, yeah. Man. What do I do as Matt? What do I do? I'm gonna not pause anymore because Matt's thinking in real time. I'm gonna try to think in real time. I'm putting this shit directly at the players' feet. He literally gave them an hour and a half in-game time to play it at their own table. He did. And they did sort of force the issue with Korshad. They did sort of force the issue. He did give them time before they got to the bar. That's fair. I'm more thinking not necessarily how to change anything right now. It's just how do I even react as Korshad? I don't want to go max reality because max reality, if I'm interpreting the Myriad right and I'm interpreting Korshad correctly, Korshad's getting up without a word and just leaving. And as he goes, be like, let me know when you have things a little bit more figured out. I don't know, something along those lines. Like, I'm pretty much ending the opportunity. But I think that'd be a little too harsh. And so how do I temper that down?
Maybe it is not your job to save your family's power and allow them to keep going as the way they have, but just to give them enough that even if they... that they can continue with reasonable means. Maybe not necessarily living the life that they were living before, but living far more comfortably than...
Even that would be a step up, but it seems like we would have to do something in order just to earn that much.
Oh, I imagine so. It's just there's a difference between saving everything and saving enough to keep them comfortable.
So if I'm to understand you correctly, you are willing to offer a service to us.
Possibly.
And in exchange, we would still be taking the land-based assets from the Darrington name, other than the estate, and enough means to live comfortably.
And enough income property for them to be relatively comfortable. Reasonably comfortable. I'm sure we could take a look at the assets and come to a very, very reasonable arrangement. And you, in turn, well, we could have a discussion about what that would be worth to you.
You know what I think I would do? I think I would say as Korshad, because even this of like what Percy is offering here is so vague and like frankly a little silly. If I'm getting into the Korshad mindset of like, okay, comfortably, in a manner. Are you nobility? You're talking like nobility. Yeah, I think maybe we can give them 1,000 gold. That's about how much a peasant makes their entire life. Does that work? Maybe a couple of the like gardener's sheds out back. They don't need income generating assets, all right? Buddy. And they're also they're not offering anything. Like, why would Korshad do this? I think if I was Korshad, I would say I think I'm tracking where I would go with this of, you need something from me, Vox Machina. I am doing just fine. I think you need to come back and offer me something because you clearly don't have your ducks in a row. You need to offer me more details, and you need to offer me an example of what you think would be worthwhile. And then we can talk. We don't barter with me giving away what I would value your services at. Let's talk about the discrete jobs that you could do for me. What are you offering? What level of service are you offering in exchange for all of the vagueness of a manner and comfort? Yeah, they have zero leverage, and it's tough because as a DM, I know that the players don't know what the Myriad would want, but they're a criminal syndicate. Offer to steal something. I don't know. Like, offer something more specific and in a range that is actually sensible, not just tinkering and enchanting and shooting. All right, let's come to the table and be serious, not just about what I can do for you, about what you can do for me.
No interest in making an arrangement that doesn't please you. We're only here, again, for sentimental reasons. We are not invested beyond that.
Make a persuasion check.
Please, God, you've been terrible today. Yeah, 15.
Yes. Comfortable living is a relative thing.
True.
To maintain my comfort of living, well, your estate is but a drop in the bucket. But, and I mean no offense, as he looks about the rest of you, comfortable living for some of you, well, that could be as much as my drink would cost.
My family would require their main property and all residential rental property.
That is not a deal. The residential and the farm territory is to become mine. I would leave for them your estate and enough gold to live a comparably comfortable lifestyle than living on the street for years to come. They could then strike out on their own, start a new fortune if they wish. Perhaps land barony was not their strong suit. You seem to have found other pursuits. Maybe you could lead them in a new path.
And past that point, they would be in no debt to you.
Past that point, and a task done in our favor by the famed Vox Machina. Maybe.
Would they get to would they get to maintain possession of their personal property, artwork, statues,
Everything that
clothing?
remains within the estate, home itself, would be yours to keep. The rest is mine.
And what is this task?
Roughly 120 miles east of here lies a sinkhole that has swallowed the core of the platinum mines of Herethis a few months back. Now, those mines are a very lucrative point of business for my employers. And every time we've sent scouts to inspect the source of this erosion, none have returned. Many very capable and proven men. Unheard again. One of our greatest diviners has since spoken of a powerful force within this mine. Ancient, birthed improperly, that now seems to grow more and more mad. We're at a loss, so we've put out a contract or two, but nothing has taken a bite yet. If you were to go to this mine, find this entity that has ruined our mining operation there, return with proof of its demise, and we confirm its destruction, I will consider our task complete.
Oh. Well, that's fucking easy. Okay. I mean, sure. A single that swallowed the core of the platinum mines of Herethis a few months back. Ancient birthed improperly. Huh. I mean, yeah, that's fucking easy. For fucking dragon slayers, Vox Machina, sure. Okay. You mean we don't even have to do anything like that bad? It sounds like it sounds like something that needs to be taken care of one way or the other, you know? It's not like it's not going to be like a good guy. It sounds like maybe it will be a good guy once they get there. I don't know. Return of Chrysothol? I mean, it sounds very Chrysothol-ish. Although Chrysothol was not ancient, technically. They were a newly born deity, but they were dead. It definitely has the vibe of Chrysothol, that's for sure. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's suspicious and threatening in the way of all adventure quests, but it's not particularly distasteful. This seems like an easy yes.
We'll also need some operating capital for this.
Are you disappointed it's not more of a moral dilemma? Like a little, yeah. It's just very straightforward. Like, it means that there's... Like, now that they have this deal... Because keep in mind, they have nothing else on their plate. Like, if they got this during the middle of the Chroma Conclave... Or while the Briarwoods are, you know, doing their business back in Whitestone, right? If they had this while there was another ticking clock in play, then maybe there's a question about, like, this sounds like a lengthy task. So maybe there would be some hesitancy there. But I'm a little disappointed it's just not a dilemma at all. This seems like a fucking snap take. This seems like the best deal they're gonna fucking get. If they don't take this, like, I don't know why. Because unless for some reason they want to, like, weaken the Myriad so they don't want to bring the Platinum Mine back online, I guess. But that would be like a random moral stand from Vox. So yeah, I don't know. It doesn't even need to be like a moral dilemma. It's more just like a dilemma, period. Because this seems very straightforwardly of like, oh yeah, perfect. That's okay. Yeah, cool. Shake hands. We'll do that. Sure. Ask us for something hard next time.
It sounds dangerous, so we will take the job, but we will need to also charge a very, very reasonable fee, I think, on top of this.
That is entirely understood. And we'll keep track of each fee and we'll deduct it from the materials in the Darrington estate.
If we take care of this for you, it does seem like a monumental task.
It may not be, but it would seem
and I mean, to be clear, said Theshalo, and this is a thing that to me is equivalent to just paying them off in raw gold. Where it's like, oh yeah, like in fiction, it's fine. Like, yeah, this is... Korshad basically gets everything he wants and then some. So it makes total sense. It's just not very interesting. It's just like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, you know, if I'm being really honest, like, why did the mom come down? Why did she offer this, like, oh, maybe we can run away and it's not going to be that big a deal. You seem to have done great, my son, blah, blah, blah. When it's like, okay, so we're not doing that. If Matt's going to offer this, we're obviously going to do this. We're not going to need to, like, run away. We'll just do the adventuring shit. Probably get a cool ass weapon or item off of a god guy. And just not tell the Myriad about that shit. It's like a win-win. So, yeah. And I mean, this isn't even to account for the XP of it all, which is always a passive push towards doing things that involve killing stuff. If all else was neutral, Vox would still say yes to a quest that is involving going and murdering an ancient being, because that's a lot of XP. So, it's fine. It's boring. Percy, you're making a deal to lower debt. You aren't getting paid for it as well. We don't even need to talk about Percy right now. Percy should not be taking point on this negotiation. He is fucking out of touch, dude. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, an alternative objective I thought of, the Truskins have been hounding us far too much recently. I want you to assassinate Lydia Truskin, teach her father a lesson. Sure! Yeah! Some shit like that! Where it's like, oh, this is an innocent person. They've done nothing wrong. But hey, you're dealing with, like, you're dealing with a criminal syndicate. Like, this is something that the normal government might have asked them to do. Or a normal adventuring guild. At this point, the Myriad might as well not be a criminal organization. They sound like they're just a normal loan shark. Like, not even a loan shark. They're more of like a bank. And they're just repoing assets at this point. Like, there's nothing about this that screams fucking criminal syndicate. This is all like normal, maybe bank that has a bit too much autonomy and too few regulations. That's about it. And they're like, hey, go clean up one of our other assets in a different part of the country. That's it. Like, this is like a starter quest, man. Not like the crux of a player's, personal arc about family versus freedom. I don't know. Yeah, fucking grab some platinum while you're down there. They will say yes because the entity is old. There are no normal old people. If it's ancient, it dies. Ay, 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 ay. It's so like Percy to talk about what ifs, but he's ceding too much territory on Sims PC. Not quite cool, Tal. They're the same thing. I mean. Ugh. Me, what? Predatory bank loans and loan sharks being so close as to be indistinguishable? Sorry, illegal loan sharks? Even in my sarcastic comparison. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. I mean, it's also tough because this entire sequence is strange because Sam is playing Terry very uncertain and pretty quiet. It actually seems like Terry's like relatively socially anxious in high stakes scenarios. He seems to get pretty quiet. So I don't necessarily blame a player for stepping in, but I will say I'm coming more and more around on blaming the entire table on not discussing the details more ahead of time. Now, maybe Taliesin / Percy shouldn't have taken so much control over like what is getting seeded and what isn't. But, Tarion still had some input and Korshad pretty quickly shut it all down. So I don't necessarily blame an individual for how this negotiation is going, but I do think I blame the players for not, as a group, for not discussing the details about what they were even like willing to offer, like where the line was more. Yeah. Bets are government approved. Yeah. Okay. I want to see how it fully plays out, but I mean, yeah, this seems like a no-brainer. Take it.
Something of your skill set.
From what we've learned, ancient beings tend to be quite powerful. We would ask.
The fact that you have enough experience to reference what you've learned in regards to ancient beings mean that you cannot downplay this, Vex. You cannot say, from my experience with the ancient and divine, I think that maybe you should give us a little bit more in return for this. It's like, no, your experience with this is exactly why this is an appropriate cost.
That you don't slander the Darrington name. That when they stay in their estate, everyone believes they are still the Darringtons, as they have always been.
Fucking who
I would agree to
cares?
that. I have no interest in your family's public image. I believe that damage has been done well enough on your own.
Yes. Are you sure you don't have a cloak I could just enchant, and then we could call it square?
He takes another sip from his drink. When all this is said and done, Tyrion, we'll be in contact. I think there is much business we could do in the future.
All right. I suppose we have no choice.
We do.
There's always a choice, dear.
You can marry the girl, or we could go kill an ancient being.
I'm feeling pretty good about this one.
Yeah.
All right.
Do we need to decide at this moment?
Seems like we do.
We will also need all the information you have on this creature in the mines, and if you have anybody who has access to that, just so we can know
The
what we're
diviner would
getting
be
into.
wonderful to speak to.
The information I've given you is what the diviner has found.
I'm not going to ask you all to risk your lives for my shitty family, so I will pursue this matter on my own if I have to.
Good, yeah, you're going to go by yourself.
Well, I would
because-
hire a couple of people to come with me, but if you'd like to...
And see, this is obviously a joke. Or maybe not even a joke, but like, it's somewhere between a joke and serious roleplay. But it is like, no part of Sam Riegel thinks that they're not coming with him. But this is the sort of, like, they are hinting at interpersonal drama that's just not there. Because, like, frankly, even Tyrion Darrington saying this is resemblant of his lack of social awareness more than the reality of what a person would naturally think in this situation. So, it's more that part's just a little disappointing, in that like it's a hint at something much better that we could have had. It's also character growth, really. He's not in character, assuming they owe him. It's true. It's true. I mean, it is. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
You accompany me, I mean, I'd be okay with that too.
We could watch you do it. It would be
Yeah,
pretty
we'll
funny.
just follow you and
It's
then
my
send you in
well,
yourself.
I mean, you've taught me a lot, so maybe I could do it.
I think you could.
You won't find anybody as good as us.
Of course not.
You are
So-
very skilled in hiring talented mercenaries. That might be
Yeah.
your strongest suit.
I am 1 for 2 on that count.
That might be his strongest suit. That's true.
That's true.
Very fair. You're already one up.
Should we vote on it then? Grog, do you want to go kill something big and scary?
Yes.
Pike, are you drunk?
I think you should marry whoever you want. So that's what I think we should do. Yes, yay. I vote yay.
Twinsies?
Always have your back, dear.
Oh, Vax isn't here. Hey, Vax. You want to go help me save my family by risking our lives and almost certain death?
What does that entail? We are...
I'll take it as a yes. Keelan?
Vax says yes. And so do I. Aye.
Science bro?
Vex says yes, and I am so in the mood to kill something.
I think we all risked our lives for each other at one point or another, so, it's your turn, Terry.
That's right.
Welcome to the family.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Stuff burns.
Cheers.
And this whole conversation, he's had his mouth covered. He takes his fingers away from his mouth and takes a drink.
They're doing the best they can. Fair enough.
Takes his drink up and clinks it. Return when the deed is done. Slaps the table and stands up and walks back. And at this point that you notice that like the table's nearby, everyone's been kind of just quietly watching in on this. And as soon as he leaves, they're like, they go back to their business and drinking.
Everyone on the count of 3, we're going to stand up very quickly.
Okay.
Why? Okay. Wait. No, I'm just fucking with you.
3, let's go.
Half the folks get startled by it. The music's still going.
On the way out, can I grab Wen again one last time?
Hi.
Most of the people here, are they local patrons or do they come from all over?
Most of them are local and come from all over.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry.
That's all I needed.
We'll just serve the drinks, miss.
Can I make my way back over to the players?
Okay. She's sitting there.
Can I have your name? Can I have your name?
As she's close to joining, she's like her head slowly turns and he goes,
Camilla!
Thank you, and I leave.
all right. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break. Rest we're back here in a minute, guys. See if there's next bit of interesting fun.
To Camilla.
All right, guys.
All right. Well, let's go do another Hell's Arc really quick. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's also the fact that I would be shocked if this quest takes fucking 17 more episodes. Somehow I don't think Ancient Thing in the Mine is going to be the, like, I don't know, the meat and potatoes of the rest of the campaign. I somehow I guess I'll say that I really hope it's not. Cause that would be so such a random and weird way to introduce the final arc. If like this mine is just the entire final arc, I think it is much more all right. You know, I didn't look at titles, but I just glanced up at the playlist and I noticed that the background color changes on episode 100. See, and that seems much more likely. It seems much more likely that this will be about an episode and a half. And so I don't feel bad comparing it to the Trickfoots or the or Hodis. You know, it's like a random interlude quest. But boy, oh boy, have we been in a lot of random interlude quests. And at least the Trickfoots were interesting because well, no, hold on. They're at least not just go somewhere and kill something. There we go. The Trickfoot quest was at least a little less of the maybe like archetypical D&D travel somewhere and kill something. But man, did we not have enough of that with the Vestige Hunts. Like, I don't know. So far, there's just nothing to draw me in about this. This is going to be like an episode and a half. You know, maybe there will be some fun stuff in the dungeon. I'm hoping that maybe Matt brings in some new experimental dungeon crawl stuff. That'd be cool. I'd be down with that. But man, am I at like a -5 on caring about. I care about this less than Hodis, I think. The actual quest, that is, to like go and kill this thing in the mine. Who cares? I mean, clearly the Myriad cares so little that they weren't even seemingly really addressing it until a random group of adventurers, celebrities walked in 6 months before the dude's debt was due and like practically begged for me to give them a task. Like, I don't know. So it's clearly not that pressing to the Myriad either. So it all just kind of feels like a waste of time. But I'm hoping that at least it's like a fun, you know, roller coaster ride. That's about all I can hope for, because yeah. What started out as, like, I didn't like the inciting incident of the quest at all. And then I was really into the rising action. You know, I was into pretty much everything from the kidnapping until now. Super fun. Lots of possibilities. And then I don't know. Feels like a bit of a fart in the wind, but what are you gonna do? I mean, I imagine the Myriad wrote it off since they couldn't recover it, but that core shot is seeing if Vox can do anything about it. No, I mean, yeah. It makes total sense for core shot. It's just like, it's just not, I don't know. It's so, it feels like the sort of quest you could get on a bulletin board. And I think that that is weird to embed within the otherwise pretty emotionally mature personal arc that Terry has had so far. I think that like Terry's arc and like the way that they've been interacting with it has been pretty well dramatized and like generally very well done, and this feels equivalent to something they could have ripped off of a Adventures Wanted listing. And that's just very it's very off kilter. Now maybe we'll get there and there'll be something relevant, you know? I could see this, you know, potentially tying into the to the final arc. Like maybe whatever they find in the mine will kick off the final arc. It's possible. But I don't know. I don't even have like that much bad to say about it because it's just kind of nothing to me, which is bad in and of itself. It's a lot like the City of Brass, TBH. At least with the City of Brass, they had the core vestige hunt ethos as like, hey, we're going around hunting vestiges, and there's a vestige in the City of Brass. Oh, you mean the quest that they get offered in the City of Brass by the chick who has the vestige. Yeah, it is a lot like that. There's a lot like that. Except that one is even honestly bringing that up kind of, I don't know, maybe highlights why this feels so strange to me, is because in the City of Brass arc, I felt as though she did that, the vestige wielder did that, because they had such limited time. And so Matt needed to give something fairly basic in order to like you need to give something very basic in order to be able to get through it very quickly, but still have it feel like worth a vestige from this person that has no connection to Vox otherwise. And I think the difference here, like, you still need to get through it quickly, but it's the difference between how much, like, personal stake they have of, like, this person knows Terry's family. It's a very personal issue. It feels like a more personal touch could have been warranted. Because also, the result of them completing this is not they get a powerful magic item, so we need to put a hard, mechanical challenge in front of them, which I think was the kind of the case with the City of Brass. The result to them doing this quest is just a slightly more satisfying conclusion to Terry's personal plot. They don't personally get enriched in any way. And so while I understand the desire to make it go fast and to make it go quick, it seems like we didn't need a mechanical dungeon crawl. We could have just had it be a pretty simple moral decision that is not very hard to accomplish mechanically and thereby goes pretty quick. But I think we can have that, something that is predicated on like just kind of a yes or no decision, but that we have to really agonize over because there's not a mechanical reward on the other side. I don't know. Yeah. Matt is rubbish at negotiating in character, perhaps? No, I mean, I would be surprised if this wasn't the prepped offer. It more just feels like he didn't think about whatever the Myriad might offer in terms of would it be an interesting yes-no for Vox? I think he purely thought about it in terms of like purely what is sensical in the fiction. And I mean, it's perfectly sensible that this criminal organization has an asset that is being disturbed by some entity, especially if the entity is in any way tied into the final arc. And, it means that the events of the final arc have started kicking off within the world, and so things are happening. The Myriad is experiencing the downstream effects of the final arc starting, and so, like, there's a pure sensicalness. There's a pure, like, verisimilitude to this. But it's just not, interesting. It's just not interesting. Maybe this would be interesting if they had heard rumors about it separately, and so they were separately interested in going to check it out, and then it becomes sort of lensed or viewed as this sort of happy accident that they've heard rumors about these things happening and they've wanted to investigate one for a while. And so it just so happens that the Myriad offer them this. And they then they play it off like, ooh, we don't actually want to do that, blah, blah, blah. But that's not the scenario. The scenario is just like, oh, it's an incredibly normal, standard adventuring thing for them to do. Yeah. So, I don't know. On the other hand, this is bringing back the adventure status quo away from downtime before Kima's evil plan kicks off. It is. And I mean, there is something to that of like, we're moving out of the vacation area. But I mean, I compare that to like, we were in low stakes roleplay zone after the Briarwoods. And the thing that got us out of low stakes roleplay zone-ish is Ryshawn coming over the wall. That's a way cooler and more interesting moment to snap us out of it than, hey, will you go and I lost my sweets roll. Can you go check downstairs to see if the rapscallion Rabberty boys stole it again? I would like my sweet roll back. Like, obviously it's not a sweet roll, but it's basically the equivalent of, for characters that are basically gods. I don't know. Yeah. The whole negotiation felt off because there was no concrete terms in what would actually be lost gained. It was caked in woolly language the whole way, so it was just, okay. Yeah. I mean, I think that is certainly a complicating factor. I think you can still deal with that, and still like get through it, and still have like an interesting thing on the other side. But that is certainly a complicating factor. Yeah, the V word on my virgin ears. What's the V word? I forgot. Verisimilitude. Oh no. Maybe capture it alive, leaving the question of what the baddie's going to do with it. Great modification. Caught dingoes. Yeah. I mean, frankly, I would still find it relatively boring. But that's at least a little bit of a punch up. Like, if we want to keep the core idea, but just, punch it up a little bit, I think that's great. That's a great, like, line of thought in making it not such an instant yes. Because I think that's the overarching thing is like, it doesn't even really matter what was gained or lost because there's no reason that Vox wouldn't want to do this. So it's like pretty pure, yeah, let's go. We're here to play D&D. So if we go back home, if we say, no thank you, Myriad, we'd like to take 3 months to think about it. What the fuck are we gonna do then? No, thank you, Myriad. We have 6 months before the bill is due. Can we take 3 months to think about it and go back and hang out in Whitestone for a couple more sessions? Like being realistic, what the fuck are we gonna do? We're gonna go on the adventure because there's no real reason to not. Hey, so at least that would have given maybe a reason to not, but. I like how Mega doesn't even react to the Kiba jokes anymore. They just right past me. I've integrated them into my soul. You can't get me. I don't know if Matt would go for capture it after the Kraken fiasco. I mean, fair. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see on Friday, which is when I will be back for the next episode of Critical Eyes. We're going to do 98 part 2. And we'll see. Maybe I'm being too hard. Maybe I'm being too harsh. Maybe this will be a super fun, super cool adventure time scenario. And I'll eat my words. And that's what happened last episode. So I will see you all then. I will see you on Friday. Thank you for joining. And I will see you then. Goodbye.